How's that? We back? Testing, testing. Seem to be back. Hopefully that's not too loud now. But we hit 11,319 tracked Earth Warriors. And we finally got the scroll. I think that's closer to 14k KC. But it is it's done. It is done. I'm just going to turn the mic up a touch and you can just let me know if that sounds better. Mr. Pixar. Drive to South Carolina, my friend. Hopefully it is a nice chill drive for you. And it is not too stressful. Thank you, Dev, my friend. Today, it's going to be a nice chill day. We have imps, we have goblins. It's, yeah. It's plain sailing. Everything from this point forward is a nice, gentle downhill stroll. We have no more scary drops to go. We just have 2 scrolls and then the Champions Challenge itself. So we may, if things go well, and if 5k is the drop rate for the imps, which we will hit in 100 KC. Steady on the music. We may well have the Champion's Cape by the end of the day. Obviously depending on goblins, but when have I ever gone dry on anything? Never. Good morning, Mr. One Time. How are you doing, my friend? How are the sounds sounding? Everything sounding okay now? I did realise that my mic was basically turned down to nothing. Somehow. Glad to hear it, Mr. One Time. I'm doing good. We hit Champion Scroll, the Earth Warrior Champion Scroll last night, and I was super relieved. And then I had to make 20k more cannonballs, which wasn't as fun, but just so we had a nice seamless stream today, I didn't want to go and start making cannonballs halfway through. So we've done that, ready to go, and blast some goblins after we finish with these imps. Also on the Discord, I will be posting a proper schedule because it's been very sporadic for the last couple of weeks. just while I was figuring stuff out. I think it's going to be Monday, Wednesdays, with the occasional Saturday stream, maybe a Sunday stream, but always a Monday and Wednesday, just so you know where you'll find me. Be 3 PM until about 8. Yeah, just so I can keep a bit of consistency. And then obviously if a film job comes up, I will have to disappear, but I'll give notifications and stuff, so. Oh yes, I'm feeling very zen today. Unshakable. Not that I'm particularly unzen most of the time, but yeah, it will be a good one. I think someone's been buying out white beads though in the Grand Exchange. I have a feeling it's probably Grizz, but someone has been tanking the price. These were up to 2.6k at one point, now they're down to 1.9. So I don't think we're going to hit the orange beam stack of white beads that we may have been looking for. Unless they drastically go up in price. Maybe I need to diversify my bead portfolio. Start picking up some black beads or red beads. I'm not going to, but I could. I was having a little review of the stats as well since we first started. And it's pretty ridiculous, considering how much HP some of these mobs have. How much XP we've gained. Thank you, Fidget Mate. Yeah, it was good. It was a nice weekend. It was a friend's birthday. We're all turning sort of 30 now, so going about the place, visiting each other. And yeah, a long weekend away. It was good to see everyone. We've all sort of moved up and down the country now, so we don't see each other as much as we used to. So yeah, and anytime someone recommends a weekend away, you jump on it. Guess that's just age, isn't it, really? Didn't overdo it this time. I feel like my binge drinking days are well behind me. Well, that depends. I think we will see the end of the Champion Challenge soon. When we do. Ooh. Yeah, do you find as well that people get the they get that same feeling of dread where they go, I'm turning 30, my life's coming to an end now. I say an end. It's a pivotal turning point for a lot of people. They feel like they should have achieved more by a certain point. They feel like they've come further than they thought they would. I feel like it's an age of reflection for a lot of people. I'm very indifferent. I turn 30 the end of this month, actually. So I will be hitting the big 3-0, but at the same time, it's just another year to me. I've never been particularly fussed. But yeah. Maybe I should be more reflective. Sit on a rock and meditate for a bit or something, I don't know. I've always been pretty content with my choices and what I do. Could always be better, but it could always be far worse. So, yeah, there's always a reason to smile. And getting older isn't a bad thing. Or is it older and wiser? Varied, mate, how are you doing? Drinking a can of beans. Yeah, to be fair, that's just what we do here. Just get a can of Heinz, neck that. Make sure it's the Marmite one though, because you know you need some sort of flavour in there. Or if you're feeling really fancy, you can get the beans with the miniature sausages in it as well. Little treat. But today will be much of a muchness in terms of what we're doing. So if you've got nothing to do, you want to hang out and just watch me smack things, today's a good day for you. That's the gaming diet through and through. Anything you can fit in a can and just chug while not getting up, that's a win. You pick up the scars. I'm going to tell everyone that you're running bones in the wildy. To be fair, is it that dangerous anymore? I haven't done it in a long time, so I haven't done it on this account, that's for sure. I think it's just the fact it's multi makes it terrifying, right? But I've pretty much been living in the wilderness for, well, shallow wilderness, because let's be honest, Earth Warriors is not exactly deep wildy and super dangerous. I had a couple of heart attacks though, because the clan members decided it would be a fantastic idea to jump scare me. So that was good. But I think it kept my skills honed and my reaction time sharp. Imp so far, we are on 4,937. So we are approaching drop rate rapidly. Once we step over the edge of the 5k, it could be any time. But 5,000 is the goal to aim for. Either way, they die super quick. So we should be getting a couple thousand KC today. And then goblins die incredibly fast. There's a particular cannon spot that you can set up and just wipe them out. Which does mean we're going to get a ton of beginner and easy clues to do. Well, depending on how many kills we actually take to get the Goblin Scroll, we should get a lot of easy and beginners. Which I will be doing all of before we continue. So hopefully I'll have a nice big casket casket stack to open at the end. That's fair. Yeah, it's when you see someone taking full tank gear and a massive stack because they don't want to keep running back and forward. That's when you gotta worry a little bit about the risk. Yeah, the idea is to look at as unappealing as possible. Although some people just kill people without any gear on because they might be hiding the most, you know? It's a strategy. Still a little drive-by goblin kill as we go, just in case, you know? It might happen. Thank you, Bobby, my friend. I'm feeling good about today. Yeah, don't tempt me. I'll come out there for those bones. Prayer XP's it's been a little bit dire since we finished doing Scurry. But I'm sure as soon as we hit something like Perilous Moons or anything that has the Blessed Bone Shards as a common drop, our prayer will skyrocket. And we do already have the Shades of Morton set, so any prayer stuff we get is just enhanced. In Soul Heads as well, that'd be quite good. And now that I have the Soul Bearer, it would have been better to have had that for the Giants and the Lesser Demons and stuff. I wouldn't have had to have left so much, but you live and you learn, and we have it now. Honestly, I thought the minigame, the Bear Your Soul minigame, was longer than it actually was. But I'm low-key looking forward to doing a couple of quests as well. I think it's been a little bit of time since we've done a proper questing spree. I mean, getting the Barrow's Gloves was a huge, huge amount of questing. So, not as much as that, but some questing light would be enjoyable. We still have a couple of big boys to do as well. Dragon Slayer 2, Song of the Elves. I think Morning's End is kind of difficult. Morning's End Part 2. I say difficult in brackets, just because, well, stat-wise I'm doing fine, gear-wise it could always be better. I'm in a strong position for most future grinds. Good afternoon, Mr. Pad. I'm doing good. How are you doing, my friend? Yeah, we're on to imps now, after finishing the Earth Warriors. So, if we get this and goblins, it doesn't mean that I have to go to Earth Warriors on stream, which I'm ecstatic about. Probably the worst one to go as dry on as I did. But it's done now. It's all in the past. I think that is, so far, been the driest one we've had. Exactly. Once I've got the title and the cape, I guess I can do anything, right? I'm hoping it's got similar stats to the Inferno cape, because I don't think I'm ever getting that, that's for sure. Well, I'll never say never, but it's unlikely. Start the Easter holiday break? Fantastic. How long have you got off? In 2 days playtime. Oh, fair enough. Yeah, we are now on 10 days playtime. That does include some of the cannonball making, so I think we're about 240 hours in. Ish. So not the most fun, but you know. The outfit went back on as best I could remember from our previous excursions. I think it's the one. Or have I missed 5k? Shit. That was 5,000 imps killed. We are now above the drop rate. We are into the abyss. We're into the void. Everything past this, it could be any number now. There's nothing to aim for. So it's just pure vibes and whimsy to get us through. I believe in both. $1.5 weeks. Nice. Any plans, or is it just a nice, chill, lock-in and game type thing? Guess weather dependent as well. Now I'm confident that this many cannonballs will see us through to the end. Which I said last time, and then spent them all on Earth Warriors. But now there's nothing big to kill anymore. I think cannonballs made, we are looking at 175,000 that we've smithed from scratch. Yeah. I wish I had access to the sailing cannonball mold or furnace thing. That would have made it just so much faster. There's a tiny caveat of the 87 sailing. And we have none. A Rust enjoyer. See, I love the building elements of Rust. I just suck at the at FPSs. So I'll sit there and build a nice little house that gets raided instantly. But I can't defend the house either, unless I Eoka pistol you in the kneecaps, as you're not seeing me hiding under the floor like a little rat boy. I wonder if it's worth picking up a mine talisman. I think I have one in the bank, but I picked up a chaos one because I didn't have one previously. After the scrolls as well, I do need to do a big bank purge because we're running out of spaces. And I don't even know what is taking up the space. It's just a bunch of miscellaneous sort of half potions and all that kind of stuff that I do not need. I think that's the best thing about sailing that I've had so far, and that is the extra bank slots that it gave. The free bank slots. Are you trying to fully green log Zelra, or are you doing it for upgrades and stuff like the blowpipe and the trident? We are now just missing 2 scrolls. We are missing the imp scroll and the goblin scroll. So it's the 2 easiest ones now. We've worked our way backwards, and I think it was all worth it in the end. For early dopamine, maybe I would have gone the other way around in the future. So it's only because we went 11k for lesser demons, so it set us off on a bit of a bad foot. But yeah, I think I would do it again the exact same way. Obviously going under on every single scroll. I forgot to type in the cheat code into the Jagex systems. Oh, okay, so it's early doors. Yeah, the Serpent Visage is insane for any venom or poison immunity going forward. I think it's used in a lot of different bosses, right? I know that the Araxite Venom Sac things have made a massive difference to people. You have to be 87 Slayer to kill them. Maybe even more, but yeah, they've been a good stackable poison replacement. But for an Iron Man, getting yourself a Serpent Visage is fantastic. I just realised the cannon's going to break in 50 seconds. I should probably hang about. Hiding in the house will not save you, my friend. Yeah, I'm apprehensive about the future Zulrah grind. I think it's going to be a bit of a stinker. I do have Carols and Arims now, so there's no real excuse. Will be what it will be. Pixamate, take your wisdom elsewhere. See, that's lumpy brain. I didn't think of that. I thought I'll just wait till it breaks every time and then waste time hanging around until it breaks. But I should be doing that on one of the trips. If I see it's got like 10 minutes left or 5 minutes, I'll do that next time. Good advice, sir. Thank you. Egg. You'll be happy to know, potentially, or I was happy to do, that I have been back on the farming runs once again. We may even take a short break to do Hespori. Okay, it's down to 10 tonight, so maybe not. But I've been doing my Hespori, I've been restocking my Ultra Compost, I've been planting some of the seeds that I got from Earth Warriors. Because from Earth Warriors, we pulled 86 Renar seeds. Which is not to be sniffed at. That's quite a substantial amount of farming. Or prayer pots, I should say. I just wish that I had a herb sack for that particular grind, because the amount of grimy herbs that were just flowing out of them was a lot. Herb sack plus the looting bag would have been insane. So that would be my advice to you. If you are deciding to go and do Earth Warriors, or if this, I don't know if it should inspire you to do Champion Scrolls, maybe it would discourage you, but if it does, take yourself a herb sack when you go down there. Take the looting bag. It's not bad loot. That could be massive cope, by the way. It is awful, but the loot's not terrible. Good amount of seeds as well. Just standard Cadentines, Qualms, all the good stuff. What are you working on today, Pad? Actually, who have we got on? We got a couple people. To be fair, the clan's been popping off recently. It's been nice. I need to change the settings though, so it shows when people get combat achievements and stuff, because that's not set up as of yet. Also, without mahogany homes, what would be the best thing to do for construction XP? I'm thinking just oak doors in the house or just generic furniture. I have a lot of mahogany planks, well, logs saved up that need to be turned into planks when I have an extreme surplus of cash. But I'm thinking of upgrading the house. It kind of depends on what the next grind is. If there's a combat grind, I will try and upgrade the house to its maximum capacity. Leaving room, obviously, to still pick up all of the clogs from mahogany homes without being over 99. I would have to do it in any method that doesn't involve mahogany homes. Oh. Can you diverge spoilers in what the event may be? Yeah, to be fair, the OSRS hamster wheel sometimes does feel like it spins a bit aimlessly. You could always do champion scrolls. I hear they're fun this time of year. I need to sit up in my chair. Can't be slouching this early on. Castle Wars slide, no. Although with the new worlds, the Castle Wars worlds, it is pretty fantastic. That you just sit at the back of the room, do nothing. Well, you can help if you want, I guess, but usually you just do nothing. Pick up the plaudits and the tickets. GG easy. Ooh, okay, okay. Punch It In has been making his way through the trials and tribulations. I look forward to it. Yeah, to be fair, that's not a bad idea. I mean, if you literally don't want to touch a keyboard and you can just click every 20 minutes, Castle Wars is very good for that. Oh, okay, okay. Have you already bought all the stuff, or are you trying to do the thing where you buy one of everything and hold on to it? I know, I just need to get the scroll. I think I'm missing a trick. It seems to have happened for all of them apart from the Hobgoblin, where I just got the scroll. So I just need to do that more, you know? Yeah, I was going to say that's quite a lot to be picking up, isn't it? Although with the new supplies, the wieldy supplies, if you haven't done all your wieldy bosses and green logs in there as well, it's a decent amount of stuff to pick up. That's pretty much what all of the Earth Warriors was funded off of. Blighted Manta Rays and Blighted Karambwans. I'm pretty sure I saw, it might have been Sheba. I don't actually know what his full channel name is. Sheba's in there. But he did a full set that he kept in his POH, and then he made the decorative Castle Wars armor stand, which is another full set of everything. Which is just... that's insane work. Yeah, that's a different level of dedication right there. I mean, I know you don't have to actually play the game, you can just sit there, but to sit there for that long... respect. You gotta respect the grind. I'm a tiny bit sad that I missed out on getting Soul Wars on the wheel, like rolling it before the changes came in. Because I feel like the supplies from Soul Wars are crazy. Or were crazy. Now it's all wieldy stuff as well, but... we missed the trick on that one. And that is the nature of the RNG wheel. Are there any other big changes that came in that sort of went downhill for Iron Man? I feel like it was just that, really. Everything else was sort of balanced around a touch, but not being able to spam that for supplies. Devastating. Beef will be on the wheel. Yeah, there's a couple of things I need to add, but I'll do it live as we go. There will be 2 more oat choices on the wheel, which I'll be very happy to add. So we'll have a 3 in 48 chance or something. Beef will go on the wheel. That seems pretty chill in general. And then there's a couple more that we need to add on there. I have to have a little assessment of what bosses are available, and then there's also going to need to be a big Slayer push at some point. Because there's a lot of Slayer bosses that are very, very good to do as green logs, obviously, but we are not anywhere close to getting them. That Pepsi dry made my mouth go dry. Yeah, I think that it was that as well. So Zolwar used to drop Manta Rays. I don't know if it still does. But they're putting a lot of different things to prevent bots or bring down bots. Because they were just getting food drops and stuff, which Manta Rays would sell for a fair bit. But now you get shark laws and things like that. So you still have to go fish for the sharks, but just makes it a bit easier. Yeah, 8 out of 10. We got the spooky one off stream, which was the Earth Warrior. That is now done. We are now on to the super easy ones. Easy in brackets. The chill ones, I should say. But yeah. We're over drop rate on the imps now, so it might be any time, any second now that we get it. It might not. If we get those done, there's just goblins. But it could be today. Because I think the actual Champions Challenge itself doesn't take long at all to do. It's just kill 10 different bosses. And they are not particularly spooky. Especially with my stats. What we're going to see is if the plan comes into fruition of getting all 3 capes on the last hit of the champion. If we can pull that off, I'll be a happy man. It's probably got about a 15% success rate. Or chance of success. Because undoubtedly I'll start just doing random stuff. How are you doing today, Zach, my friend? Chill one, busy one? We are collecting the white beads on the basis that they were the most expensive. They were about 2.4k at the time. And I wanted to get an orange beam, like loot beam of beads. They've gone down a fair bit from what they were. So I don't think we're actually going to hit that now. We may have. I think we've got about 400k value of beads. So yeah, the dream may die. But yeah. We'll just have to get everyone to buy them out from the GE so the price skyrockets. And then it will be an orange loot beam, you know? I think that's how it works. Supply and demand. Fantastic, that's what we like to hear. Chill work day before the long weekend is bliss. You got any plans, or you chilling over the long weekend as well? I do not have any plans. In fact, I do believe that the missus is away, so I may be streaming again on Saturday. It might be a 8-hour Saturday stream. It kind of depends. As I stated before, if we do finish the log, I probably won't continue doing any grinds until I have edited the video fully. So there could be a small hiatus where I disappear for a couple of days just to sort out the next video. But who knows? To be fair, I need to really crack on with a bit more of the editing so it's in a good spot to shoot out straight away. It just takes so long, and I'm not the biggest fan of editing in the world. I think it's because we've got a bank holiday roll into... Actually, yeah. I don't even remember if we get them every Easter. Mine like a sieve these days. Okay, nice. Helping the brother out with some painting. I'm sure he appreciates the help. I did that for my brother too when he moved into his new place. He basically had to repaint everything, so we just spent the whole weekend, a couple of beers, doing the painting and then hoping we didn't miss a spot. I think the voice usually puts people to sleep. That's the main thing. I could do some audiobook readings for you, but I can't read very well due to my dyslexia, so it would probably be very frustrating. It could be funny though. a bit of wood-fired pizza. Let's go. Fired pizza, not fried. To be fair, painting pizza and good vibes sounds like a nice way to spend your day. Yeah, I have to see. Maybe I'll do a botched reading of a fanfic or something. Something nice and light-hearted, so I don't have to stress out too much about getting the words right. Afternoon, Grizz, my friend. How are you doing? So you just missed me having my microphone muted by mistake and not figuring out or realizing quite how I'd managed it. Which means I do have to go back and check a recording because I may have missed something, and I really hope that's not the case. But, you know, professional over here, so hopefully not. Is that, Sly, is that all of them as well? Oh, you've done, for the entire collection log, you've finished the enchanting room. Oh, sorry, no, you did the bones room first, right? You did one of the rooms. I read it a second ago and forgot it already. But 1/3 for all of it, or just the specific ones you're going for? Damn, okay. Maybe it's not so bad after all. I did a tiny bit for the room pouch, but... Does it have like a wiki estimate of how long it should take to fully green log? Yeah, Grizz, the MTA green log. What? Oh, dude, Harambre? B-R-A-E. Hello, Bard, mate. How are you doing? It's going good. We are chilling through and through today. There is no stress, no pressure. Earth Warriors is finished, so now it's imps and goblins, and I don't have to worry about doing it on stream. Yeah, it's all good. We're on 5.3k imps killed, and now we're just chilling. We are relaxing. Whoa. Good question. I don't know how many heads I've been banking is the honest answer. I have 206. On the log at least, but I don't know how many I have in the bank. I'll check when I drop off this batch of beads. And welcome, Queen. Do you think it might be worth going to do the ensouled heads then? Since we're already over the drop rate, maybe that's the play. Stormmass, that's it. I'm planning to go 30k dry on these so I can just constantly be hitting imps. And then I'll change my channel name to Imp Only. Yeah, it does say on the wiki that the ensouled ones can drop the scroll as well. Could be worth. Tell you what, let's have a little look, shall we? If I have 100, I'll go do them now. So that's a wee bit per XP. How many do we have? Imp. We have 60 imp heads at the moment. So we could go and do it. Thing is, I'd have to put on all me new garms and stuff. I'll go to 6k. If we haven't got it by 6k, I'll go and do imp heads, because that should give me enough time to stack up a good bunch. And then if we get a duplicate, we get a duplicate. What runes does it cost to actually cast it, though? Reanimate. Oh, bodies and nature. Okay. I don't think I have any body runes. I mean, you can just buy them from the shop, but... Oh, there's another one. Okay, okay. That is the plan then. We'll go to 6k, so 650 more. If we don't have it by then, we'll go do ensouled heads. Burn through those quickly. And then... if we don't get it during those, we'll come back here again and just restock and go again. Again, 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 apparently. Yeah, Grizz, the devastating news. The white bead price has dropped. So I don't think we're going to see an orange beam, unfortunately. It's down from 2.4k to 1.9. Money. We need you to manipulate the market. Put the price up. Yellow beads seem to be going up now. Gonna have to do the crypto bro thing and stick to it, you know? It will eventually come back up. Just have to do the... is it bear market? Bull market? I don't even know. We're not going... if we go 35k on any of them, it has to be goblins, because there's clues that are attached to it, you know? Yeah, do some gentle market manipulations just so we can get a beam. $500 mil. Damn. You were getting pretty lucky on pets and stuff, right? Or just drops in general on the bingo. I've never done one before, but it does seem like a good time. CVLS pocket change to Grizz. The man is a Tumacan Shadow merchant. He buys the dip, sells the at the peak. Oh god. I don't know if you were here when Dank was talking about it. One of the mods, he bought a Tumican Shadow, not Tumican Shadow, a Fang when it was about 80 mil or 72 mil. And then he was like, oh, it's gone down a bit, it'll go back up. And then I think it settled down to the price that it's at now, so he just made a tremendous loss. But when it was down to about 40 mil, he was like, no, it'll go back up, it must do. And I don't know how much a Fang is now, but it never went back up. Fang. 18 mil. Yeah, that's devastating news. So yeah, that's true. But you could just guarantee yourself profit, you know? That yellow bead's creeping up in price also. No, you just have to sit on it. Everyone basically has to turn into a dragon, and you have to hoard your wealth. Tis the way of the world. I'm really curious about those ensouled impeds now. I just want to stop doing this and go straight to him, but I set myself a goal of 6k. For some reason. But now that the number's in my head, I won't be able to go before then. You see the conviction, autism. Or both. Can you imagine being the guy that bought Magic the Gathering cards back in the day and for some reason kept them in really good condition, and then he had a Black Lotus and the price went as high as it did, and he went, you know what? I'm going to sell this and make a couple 100,000 off of a trading card game. Pokemon as well. Same thing there. I only say that because recently a friend of mine has been getting into his trading card games. Specifically the new League of Legends Riftbound trading card game. And we spent a good sort of 5 hours going through a bunch of cards that he got. He got a couple of booster boxes. And we were organising it into a folder. And I'm not one for particularly collecting and things like that. Well, that's a lie. I do an extreme collection dog. In real life, I'm not a big sort of collector or hoarder. But I could see the appeal. As that folder and binder started filling up, I think seeing the numbers go up and then the spaces gradually get filled in, very, very satisfying. Oh, do you dabble? What's your TCG of choice? Okay, okay. What's your favourite out of the three? And is there money to be made in the Yu-Gi-Oh market? Or is it just a passion that's like played it as a kid type vibe and continues to play it as an adult or collect as an adult? Who's this? Ragging his way through. It's one of those things though where you have to have a very specific old card that is no longer in circulation. So you spend 4 grand on a single pack to try and then pull a massive 100 grand item. Because the second that, obviously phones are always listening into you. It's the government. But anytime that you talk about something, it seems to show up on advertisements on your phone. And I don't look at trading card games usually. So the second that we started talking about trading card games and putting together this binder and stuff, loads of videos and advertisement kept popping up. And naturally, Pokemon is probably one of the most popular ones alongside Magic. But some guy was buying 4 grand unopened packs of the original, I think it's the original, like, Origins packs. I don't know a lot about Pokemon, to be honest with you. But the retail price of one of those packs was about 3.9 grand, 4 grand. And he was just ripping into him. Obviously, if he pulls a massive ticket item, he'll make his money back. But not getting anything in 2 of those packs is outrageous. I know it's basically gambling, or it is gambling, but it's just hectic. Oh, you see, Rusty, that's because of the implants in your head. You gotta wear your tinfoil hat. You need to pull it on tighter. Yeah, I like to triple wrap the tinfoil as well, just so that it really doesn't penetrate the brainwaves. Top 10, hell yeah. Does Leeds have a lot of sort of game stores as well? Because around this way, there's nothing. There are no tournaments. There's no real game shops. I mean, as soon as you go into London, there is, but you have to kind of be in London to utilise it as a regular thing. Because I'm not paying 30 quid to get a train into London just to play games every weekend, you know? At that point, it's no longer worth it to me. Do they run a bunch of tournaments and stuff? So that's got to be quite nice if you're into the card game scene, and then you've got on your doorstep a tournament holder. It means that, I guess, year round you're going to have events and stuff that you can go to and just nerd out with the people that like the same stuff as you. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, there'll be a ton of retro gaming stores in London for sure. Problem is, as soon as you say retro or you put vintage in front of anything, these days at least, people hike the price up tremendously. And it's just not, it's not good cricket. I went to a vintage clothing store in Lincoln, I was up there for a wee bit. And it was the only vintage store that I've been in that I genuinely don't feel like the prices were massively hiked. Whether it was the fact they just genuinely tried to do sort of best practices type thing and didn't ramp the price up, or they just had a lot of vintage clothing come through there, so weren't too fussed on pricing it up. But got it was a leather Matrix jacket. It's my missus's jacket that she picked up, and it was, I think it was only like 35 quid. And then we checked the actual retail value of the jacket, and it's about 390 quid. So I see why people go and do that. They go through all these vintage shops and they hike prices up. They find something that's expensive online. Yeah, it's just wild. But yeah, as soon as you see vintage, even if things aren't initially that expensive, they get hiked up massively. Because it's kind of trendy now, right? To dress like you're from the 80s. He says with a porn stash. But you know what I mean. PSA 10. Okay, so what's the sort of value on a PSA 10 Lorcana card? Because I don't actually know what Lorcana is. I'm uneducated in the way of TCGs. Other than sort of a couple of the big ones. Like, I know a Charizard is good. It's about as exciting as it gets. Oof, okay. Yeah, that is a nice card to pull then. Yeah, just the stash Storm. It's a compensation tool. So Umbreon as in, like, what's that stand for? I'm telling you, they're listening in. Hang on, if they're listening in, let me try something. Imp Champion Scroll. Imp Champion Scroll. Imp Champion Scroll. Right, if I get it in the next 50 kills, we know that it's confirmed they're listening. At 562, if we have it by then. Confirmed. Secret illustration rare. Okay, like an alternative art type thing. Ah, okay, sick. $3,000. Christ. For a bit of cardboard, that is excessive, in my opinion. Although, for pixelated currency, people pay 30 plus grand, you know, so who knows? So I guess the main thing, or the main reason to get into TCGs is if you either play the game or really like the artwork, normally. And then obviously, some people see it as an investment. It's like watches to a degree. Like, I really do appreciate a nice watch, but at the same time, I don't understand spending 40 grand on a watch and then you can spend hundreds of thousands on like an iced out timepiece, you know? Because your phone will tell you the time just the same. How a Casio will do that. So I think it hits, there's those like brackets and thresholds, obviously not being of multi-millionaire status. I probably wouldn't understand. When you've got so much money that you don't know what to spend it on, sure, buy yourself a ridiculous watch. But yeah, it's got to make sense, hasn't it, for your lifestyle? I know rappers in particular seem to really love their jewelry. So they're flashing these watches and I'm like, oh, that's a house. You're wearing a literal house on your wrist. Give it to me. I'll take that off your hands. I think the secret is, though, you have to offer to make a replacement watch for them. And I'm pretty crafty. I can make a mean watch. See, Storm, you're not wrong there. But the thing is, people, they place value in different things. I personally, like I said, see absolutely no reason to be spending that much money on a watch. But I also wouldn't... I'd never really shit on someone for doing it. Because ultimately, if you've earned that money, then do what you want. Crack on, buy a watch. But I would like to see them invest into other stuff as well. But a lot of people do. I mean, if you've got that much money that you're able to buy one of those watches, they probably have done some element of investing into things they enjoy. Whether that be like music, studios, stuff like that. Casey is 5,567. So it's still 500 off. I mean, I could sack it off and just go straight over there now. But we're past the 5.5k mark now, so it's got to be 6k. And it means we'll have a few more insold heads to do when we're there. That's the important part. Because right now we've only got 60. Right, I'm going to take the advice of picking the cannon up and putting it back down so I don't have to repair it. See now, Grizz, did he look... I mean, you can't tell if someone looks self-made, can you? But there's you know, there's Nepo babies. There are people that have trust fund, or their parents have so much outrageous amounts of cash that they can just... Yeah. I was going to say at 19 to have that much money, kind of unlikely. But if you've got so much money that you can just give your kid 5 to 10 grand to burn at a casino per day. If they're adopting, let me know. Because I could do with 5 to 10 grand a day, that would be fantastic. But for now, I will take a champion scroll. Oh, a nature imp. Yeah, I think that's... I mean, life is a rich tapestry, as they say, right? There's always someone above the chain in where you'd want to be, and there is probably always someone below that. But it's human nature to compare. Oh, I cut you off there. I found you. Terramins, boo. Yeah, I mean, to win the lottery would be wonderful, wouldn't it? But then I don't play the lottery because I know you have to be in it to win it, but I just don't see that happening for me. So instead, I'll grind 10-hour days on RuneScape, hoping for a scroll. Maybe I should do both at the same time. Although with my luck and RNG, there's not a chance. I feel like these last 400 imp kills have been slow, but I've not been slacking. Been running around smacking quite aggressively. Cheaper disappointment in the long run. True. That is true. You know, you could get a phoenix pet. Oh. Oh. I mean, we're early doors into this one, but I still have a good feeling. I need to actually look at what shared combat style weapons I have access to. I think the Dragon Spear has a shared combat style. Attack style. I wonder if I should narrow down the disparity between 99 yet. Could do it a little bit more. Let's do that. Let's get it down to like 800 and hope that I don't accidentally DDS spec something. We'll get you down to 1,000 each. Has that not gone up massively now, though, with the Scorching Bow method of killing Krill? Because I know previously he was an absolute pain in the arse because he used to hit so hard through everything. But now with the Scorching Bow, technically he never touches you. You just keep specking him and keeping him in place, right? The Demon Bane weapons are something I really, really hope to get early. Right, we'll do 2 more imps. Oh, do you not have enough special attack timing without it? Ah, okay. Well, maybe slightly less achievable then. Right, you get bonked, and then we swap to defensive. God, these guys are teleporting a lot more today, I feel like. Has anyone ever done the Door Altar method on Bandos before? And if so, do you absolutely have to have stamina parts? So if I just hit 2 1s in a row on an imp. Embarrassing. I mean, that's fair enough. Yeah, if you can get someone to tank it for you, then it's ideal. But obviously, yeah, it has to be a GIM, otherwise you're not eligible for the loot. Okay, 3 more of these. Yeah, I can't do any group content in Gold Wars. It's all off my own back. Which will be fine. The only one that's really scary is Kriara. Because that looks awful. I've not done pretty much any Armadillo before, but it does not look fun. Alright, 2 more. Like, if we're talking absolute perfect scenarios going forward, 998, 978, that'd be close enough. Yeah, if we're talking perfect scenarios going forward, we're going to need to hit Royal Titans so that we can get the improved prayers. And then straight after Royal Titans, we're going to want to hit Corrupted Gauntlet. The only thing is, doing the tier 3 armor making stuff looks awful. It does not look particularly fun at all. Good afternoon, Benedict, mate. How you doing? The grind is going well. We are on 5,676 imps. But more importantly, we only have imps and goblins to go, as Earth Warriors was crossed off the list last night. At about 14,000-ish KC. So a bit spooky, but it's done now. I am very reclined in the chair. It's been nice and relaxing. So as soon as the imps are done as well, goblins are going to go so fast, because you can multi-cannon them and just let it blast them. We're probably going to burn through the last 22k cannonballs on them alone, as imps are not particularly demanding on the cannonball supply. We just need to get this one done first. But at 6,000 imps, we are going to go and do all of our ensouled imp heads, because you can get the drop from the ensouled or reanimated imps as well. So we're going to give it that a try. Hopefully, it's hiding in there. Or we get it before the 6k, obviously, but if we don't, It might be in there. And I get to put on my swanky prayer outfit. Oh, you think Perilous Moon's into Titans? Makes sense, the gear from Moons is insane. I think I'd be a tiny bit salty on the basis that it took so long to finish Barrows, that then I'd be replacing the Barrows gear pretty much instantly. But I'd get over that quite quickly, I assume, once I have the full Moon sets. And then what I could do is I could alch the Barrows sets that I got to fund the repairs of the Moon sets. And then the RuneScape Circle of Life will have been completed. If I did CG though, I think I'd have to go for 2 enhanced weapon seeds. Obviously, I say that having not done any of it yet, because it could go a 1k KC and then just want to get out of there. But having a Blade of Sail Lore plus a Bofa would be wild. Thing is though, Corrupted Gauntlet has ruined a lot of people's enjoyment of the game. If you go dry in there, it can be nightmare inducing. Too passively. See, now that's the kind of luck I'm hoping for, you know? That's what we need. Like I said, I'm calling it now. There will be a point in this series where I go biblically lucky. And I just hope that it's on a grind like Corrupted Gauntlet or Nightmare or whatever it is that's going to be, or usually would be rough. I hope I go super lucky on one of those. Which means it will probably be the opposite, and I'll go horrifically dry on a really bad one. To be fair, that is the smart way to do it. 10 kills a day. I mean, that's still... What's that average runtime? Is it 10 minutes? Ish? Maybe. If it's about 10 minutes per run, that's 70 minutes a day spent on CG. Yeah, 80 minutes-ish, that's fair. So that'd be quite chill. Having to do potentially 8 to 10 hours a day of Corrupted Gauntlet sounds a little spookier. I guess having to do 8 to 10 hours and not die is the worst part, right? Maybe by that point we won't be a hardcore anymore and the stress will be off. To be fair, once you unlock Corrupted Gauntlet though, the money that you get from there is insane. So I think it'll pretty much guarantee 99 construction banked, just off the high alks alone. Not to mention pretty decent rune drops, some good arrow drops. How are we looking? We're closing in 5757. And then we do some Insold. Is it particularly difficult to get a plugin made where you can have a sound pop up for collection logs? Because I know there's a couple in the game already. I think it could be fun to try and make one. I have no idea what it would be yet, but depending on how difficult it is to actually do, I think I'll look into doing that. Yeah, I think usually it might be kind of difficult to get a plugin approved for RuneLight. I have no idea. But. Or maybe I just have to stim and do the noise myself every time there's a collection. Which I'd rather not do. See, due to being dyslexic, I don't think a audiobook is a good idea, because you have to read scripts. And me reading names like Patricia as Patrica and various other mishaps would probably not be ideal. Or maybe just get better, you know? There he is. Afternoon, Dank mate. How are you doing? If it's easy to code, maybe we have a little play around and look into it. What's the expression, Verge? It's try anything once. I think I'd give it a go. If there was an opportunity to actually give it a try, then maybe. But off my own back, no. Yeah, just scream. Right in the middle of a nice chill bit of the video, just let out an ear-piercing scream. I would not do that. Watchdog plugin, okay. I mean, I'll look into it properly. It's just, if anyone knew anything about the plugins and stuff ahead of time, if I could tap into that knowledge, I would. If not, I'll do some more research. But I think it might be nice to have, because I previously had Teddy's one. And there was nothing wrong with it. It's just if you're doing a back-to-back spamming of collection logs, it overlaps on itself. And it can get stuck and then just keep saying it. And I think it almost crashed my game when I was doing forestry buys. So if I could get a shorter sort of sound notification, I definitely would do something like that. Okay, 200 more to go, and then we're doing some ensouled imps. We do have to, unfortunately, take off these fantastic garms. Okay. I mean, I spend like an afternoon having a proper gander at it. See if I can't figure something out. Thank you, Silas, my man. We are doing... Well, the amount of time we've put in already, it's been 240 hours since the first clip was recorded for this video. So, I mean, realistically, as long as we don't have to make any more cannonballs now, I think we're about 175 cannonballs made so far. I don't foresee us having to make any more on the basis that the imps really don't take up that many cannonballs in general, but the goblins will take up a ton. However, I think 15 to 20k cannonballs should be enough for the scroll. He says now, ahead of time. But it genuinely just depends how dry we go for it. But these have no HP, it's 8 HP and then 5 HP. So, all very easy to one-shot. KC per hour is far better than everything else that it has been. So I don't know. I'd personally like to say 20 hours. Because there will be a portion of having to do a ton of clue scrolls also. Goblins drop beginners and easies, which I will be doing all of. So maybe 20 hours. But the problem with RNG grinds such as this is there is no way of telling. And that's why I like ones where you generate points, and then any minigame that is a point generation and you just spend, you know that you're locked in for like, okay, this is a 40-hour grind, which is... it's fine. You know there's a definitive endpoint to it. When you have 10 1 in 5Ks, it's anyone's guess. Someone was saying earlier that someone did less than 2 days playtime to complete the full Champion's Cape. So, what, 48 hours it took them to get all the scrolls? Which is... lucky. Well done to them. But it completely depends. Like, the only other two people that I've really seen do this grind have been Volf and Tedious. And I know Tedious went... I don't think he went over on anything, but maybe 2. Everything else was kind of fast. So I don't imagine he took particularly much longer than sort of 60 hours to do the whole log. But I'm sure there are people that have gone like 30k plus on a ton of them. So yeah, I mean, comparison is the thief of joy. All I can do is look at my own numbers and go, huh, that's good, or that sucks. And I think we've done it in the right order for me, at least. I feel very good about how I approach this one. Pat myself on the back. And we've gone the opposite way. Hardest to easiest. See, that's the thing, isn't it? Just get the drop. Keep making that mistake. Let me just get it off this one quickly, hang on. Burnt bread. Lucky me. Yeah, just Goblin left to go now. After Imps, obviously. So it'll be Imps, then Goblins, and then we're done. Now we're looking 130 more kills, and then we move over to do some installed Imps. Vanished. Which of the X-Men is it that teleports? He's like the Russian dude. Looks kind of blue. He's not Beast, he's the other one. Yeah. Yeah, see, that's the thing. I chose to get the bread there. But I think if you're... Once you're onto that grind as well, though, Storm, I think you'll be having a good time. The Swamp Bark stuff's not horrific to get. The books, at least, weren't too bad for me to get. So, once again, you might go super dry, you might get super lucky. An Imp boss? No. Because then I'd have to come back. And then maybe do another 5,000 kills to get the Imp boss. We don't want that. I could try the reverse psychology of actually I don't even want the scroll. Is he an imp? I mean, he's a bit of a big imp. Maybe lesser demon would have been good, or greater demon he technically would be. He's the big demon. Did you ever consider doing shooting stars grizz for any mining, or is that not your hing? Because the Stardust is really good for obviously cashing in for the gem bags. Oh, another head. Yeah, fair enough. You got the foresight to go ahead and pre-plan it all out, like the buckets of sand and stuff. Okay, 100 more kills to go. How much great giant seaweed have you picked up? $15K, okay. That's quite a lot. To be fair, the turning it into glass is the quick bit, right? It's blowing the glass into fish bowls or lenses, whatever it is, that takes the time. I think especially if you do it in the Ferox Enclave, I don't know if that's still a thing anymore. But if you do it in Ferox Enclave with a looting bag, it stacks up in there before it drops on the floor. Might have changed now, but... Giant's Foundry is not too bad. I mean, the Smith and XP you get there is kind of crazy. It is somewhat repetitive, but once again, there's a definitive sort of end sight to... Unless you're looking to just grind out Smith and XP. If you want to get the molds and all that kind of stuff. There's a definitive end point, you know? Oh, the head just despawned. Mystic Boots. Actually, I'm going to the bank anyway. I might as well take those and then high alchem. How are we looking on imp heads? 79, okay. 80 more kills, then we'll go do those. Addy room plates stacked from Sep. Oh, are you going to do Giant's Foundry all the way to the end? Because Giant's Foundry is rapid. Super, super quick for the XP. Okay. Yeah, need is a strong word, but imagine the green log, you know? Seeing that text instead of being orange, it could be green. What a good feeling that would be. Has he used the Calvaria? See, I didn't think there was a particular use for the giant sword. In any of the grinds I was going to do, at least. Spindle, maybe, but I think Spindle's weak to Crush. I've got the Colossal Blade, so if there are any uses for it, it would be good to know. Right, 50 more. They're hiding in a locked house. If I didn't have a Darok's Axe, I guess it could be kind of good if you're doing Tormented Demons for that big melee hit. Oh yeah, the bludgeon's definitely better. Did you get bludgeon pre or post Sire nerf? How much is the Giant Sword passive? It's quite big, right? Have a look, how many have we got left? 33. Well, it looks like it does a fair bit more. But as I said, any excuse to use the Colossal Blade, I will definitely give it a crack. What the grind after this will be? The grind after this will be witnessed live by anyone that tunes into the stream, as it will be the very first wheel spin live, and I'm very excited for it. There's a couple of things I'm really hoping for. There are other things that I am not hoping for, but yes, when we finish this grind out, even if I'm midway through editing or whatever's going on, I will do like a 30-minute stream where I just do a live spin, just so there is kind of like when people do their chunk rolls. There would just be a nice little breadcrumb trail of every live spin going forward for the account. So yeah, I mean, who knows? That is the beauty of this account. I never know what's coming next. I just hope that it's good. Right, 15 more. I mean, if you can mooch a free bludgeon off of your group Iron Man, definitely do. There is no harm in that. Oh, it's like for Tormented Demon Storm. We were having a little look, me and Dank, on the wiki, and for some reason it only suggests Elite Void for the range set. Whereas in my head, if you just took a swap and used the Demon Bane weapons, you just want full Void. But with how the Demon Bane strength bonus works, you kind of want to take the biggest melee strength stuff you can get, and then the range one doesn't matter as much, it's about accuracy. Did I just 4-hit an imp? Appalling behaviour. Right, one more imp kill, which we're going to go grab our cannon now. Come on, cannon. Shoot one as we approach, get a clean 6k. Let's just do that. Right. It must have shot one while we were away. That is 6,000 imps killed. Just so that we potentially don't get the scroll and then have a bunch of imp heads that we need to use, we are now going to go and cash in all of the ensouled imp heads. I think we have about 80 now. We'll do that. And hope that we get the scroll from the reanimated ones. The only thing is, we need to now swap the gear out again. Let's put all of this away. I will keep my rune pouch with me. 10 would be 20, 100 would be 200, that's fine. And we want the Zealot set. Plus a couple of extras, I guess. Let's get our glory out. Cannot have the spike manacles. Right, what are we looking like? That'll be fine. Okay. Imp. So we have 79 installed imp heads. What's the best way to get over there? I'm going to do the run, even though this probably isn't the ideal way. It just means I save one extra slot, not... No, I'm not going to do that. I've changed my mind already. I'm going to get myself my Drayman staff and just teleport over there. It's a bit closer. The 322 body runes should see us through. Where am I going? I'm losing my nut. Need a fairy ring in the house. Right here. That patch, when it's got a fairy ring there, and when this pool is upgraded, it's going to be glorious. Yeah, I definitely will bank it, Xenorous, just to make it a bit quicker. There we go. The day that I get the Elite Diaries done to not have to use a Drayman staff will be a massive day. The annoying thing is there's a lot of these things that I definitely can still do. We need to... Whoa, what was that? Hang on. This must have just come out today. The favorites teleport. That takes you there, I'm assuming... Okay, that's big. That's a nice quality of life. Damn. Instead of having to go through, type it in, and then click on it anyway. I like that a lot. I'm going to have to be a bit more picky with what I set up as my favorite list then. But that's... If only you could rename it. I don't know, that's been super precious. But if you could name it the area instead of the code. Okay. Right then. So we have changed to the correct spellbook now. We're on the Arceus spellbook. It's time to do some reanimations. The scroll is just as likely to drop from these guys as it is the normal ones. The good thing is, with the set, we have a chance not to use up ahead as well. So how much prayer XP do we get here? 286. That's not bad. It's quite slow, but it's not bad. Just going to end up walking my way all the way back to the bank. They do look kind of cool, though. I realised it's 4 body runes as well, not 2, so I will have to buy some more. But I now see why you were saying I should definitely be picking up these Ensouled heads. We'll see. We'll see, Ryder. Hopefully, I do, in the nicest way possible, because then that means my grind is over. But it would be a shame if you miss it. But hopefully your meeting goes smoothly, my friend. Not too stressful. Does it say if it... Oh, okay, nice. We'll see how many we end up saving by the end of this. We saved 1 already. think that was another one. No. Can you do 2 at once, or is it only one? Okay, I guess just one. If you could do it like lighting a fire, where you just set up a bunch of them and then just knock them down. So I never really thought ensouled heads was a viable prayer training method just because of the amount of effort it takes to go through getting them. But I guess once you're here, like if these are just imp heads and they give 286, then I'm sure the lesser demon and giant heads should give a fair amount as well. Hello there, Divine. How are you doing, my friend? Hopefully you've come to bring me some good luck on the ensouled imps dropping the scroll. But who knows? We're mixing it up a touch. I wonder if this counts as imp KC. It does not. Okay, so it's untracked KC, this one. Max Sailing, congratulations. How did you enjoy it compared to the rest of the skills in the game? Sort of, I guess, rating out of 10. I heard it's quite nice. There's a couple of different ways to train it. Like you could just salvage your way to max, or you could do the Barracuda trial type things. So there's a bit of everything for everyone, or something for everyone, I should say. Okay, I mean 6 is not bad. Not bad at all. Right. Arceus Library. I might have to go back and buy some body runes, actually. We'll see how far these get us. Depends how many we end up saving with the Zealot set. They brought out the new cannon changes today as well. Do you think that would make much of a difference, or do you still think that's a bit of a weird place for sailing? Oh, fantastic news. Okay. That's what we like to hear. Gave them more health. I thought they would have got reduced their HP because everyone was saying that they've got crazy amounts of HP already. But yeah, their flat armor was a little bit wild. Unless you had a shadow, then as per usual it becomes irrelevant. Oh, I see. Okay, so there was flat armor on the bigger mobs, like let's say Krakens or something, and then yeah, the lower HP or the lower level mobs seem to have outrageous levels of HP. So it's good they fixed that, but see, I don't have a clue what the fix to it all would be, unless you just make cannons actually relevant and feel a bit stronger. Does it not feel good with a dragon cannon? Surely that would be like the pinnacle, running around or sailing around with a dragon cannon and just blasting cannonballs. I saw something about HP being lowered, but I don't know exactly. I skim read it because it didn't really mean much to me at the time. Which I'm surprised I missed the fairy ring thing, but when I say skim read, I mean I probably looked at it and said, eh, and then moved on. It didn't say increased or reduced drop rate of Champion Scroll, so I probably didn't pay too much attention. Kind of makes sense, I guess. Being the sort of the hardest hitters, you want to make them a bit more on the expensive side. It's like dragon arrows, right? Technically, you can't make them. And I don't. Can you make dragon cannonballs, or do you only obtain them? Because if you can't make them, then it's kind of locked behind grinding out other stuff. Yeah, so you can make rune cannonballs. 1 bar makes 4. After how many steel cannonballs that I've made for this grind, I don't think I could stomach doing that ever again. So it would have to drop a consistent amount for me. But maybe with the new furnace as well, because they made the changes with... Because before you had to do a bunch of teleporting around to actually get to the furnace. But now you can unnote noted bars at the improved cannonball furnace. It's very expensive, but at the same time, I would do that to save time all day, every day. Oh yeah, they did the ammo saving stuff, which is quite nice. Definitely needed. Yeah, I think they needed to, though, to be fair. I say needed to. If it's such a premium thing, then having an unnote option next to it just makes sense. They said they'd up the prices, so it's not as cheap, but... Like, if I had the option of having to teleport 3 times to get faster cannonballs, I'd just do Edgeville. But yeah, the Ancient Furnace now, with the new unnote thing that's coming in, sounds way better. Imp. 31 to go. We might make it. I mean, with how hard you can hit with the Dragon Wand, it seems like it's a really good place if you're farming out just Dragon drops in general. And then the Dragon Sheep Plate as well for the boats. Quite nice. Come on, imps. Oops. I mean, 14k per hour XP so far. It's not bad. I don't think I would do this. If I wasn't looking for the scroll right now, I don't think I would ever do this normally with imps. It just wouldn't be worth the time. I'd rather just do a different prayer method down the line. But for now, I've got them. I might as well make use of them. Is that the range one or the melee one, Grizz? What's the other? Is it Spectral Visage is the range one? Or Skeletal Visage or something? Can't remember now. You got the DFS, so you can blast the Dragonfire Shield. That's the one, yeah. And then the other one is the range variant. I guess having that, like having full Elite Void with the Skeletal one, plus a Dragon Hunter crossbow would be insane for Vorkath farming. But I think Vorkath might have to go on the list soon. There's no reason for him not to be honest. And then I would hunt exclusively for blue dragon tasks, and then the Slayer XP would be wild. It's just having anti-poisons and... well, poison mitigation is the only problem there. A whopping 32 magic per cast. We're balling. It's a couple of the Slayer log items that would be wild to get my hands on. Now that I have the Nature's Knot helm, a Basilisk jaw could be fantastic to get my hands on. I don't know if it's ever worth grinding for one. Kind of would probably do it passively as I trained Slayer. But it'd be really nice to have a Nature's Knot face guard. Okay, that'll do for now. That's a lot slower. So we're just going to go back to doing what we know. And it doesn't count on the log either, so it still says 6001 KC. So plus however many that was with the saves. Maybe we'll come back to that, but definitely need to prioritize speed where possible. But now I've got to get my get up on. So it was a pretty sure this is the fit, and then we have a fish barrel for the back. Put you on, and then me Barrow's gloves. Cool. Back to it we go. Short detour. It could have been worth it, you know. Definitely worth giving it a try. I prefer the sheer speed of killing imps with the cannon runaround setup. But more prayer XP than I was expecting. 21k prayer XP just from killing some imps. Or reanimating their heads is not bad. Obviously down the line there will be a point where I will be wanting to max my prayer. So all and every single bit that I can get, I will be going for. Dragon heads, when we eventually start landing in soul dragon heads, they should be pretty big. Nope. Someone set a cannon up here. Damn it. Okay, I will swap worlds. Maybe that's the strat. Maybe I've messed up drastically. But I have to pick this up, then hop. Let's go to a Yama world, shall we? I'm going to kill all the ones that are down there, though, just so... Unless this shoots them. Unless this shoots them when they're in there. Oh, it does. Okay. I'll go clear the ones that are hiding in the back out of the way. Oh, never mind. And we are back on. I forgot the soul bearer. Oh well. Both visages on the Vorkath drop table, actually, Grizz. Do you know? Have a little look in a second. Get the graveyard room done first. And then I guess we'll just have Alcrim left to go. Which, it does feel kind of long to do the Alcrim, personally. So up to you if you want to swap them around a wee bit. Okay, that's kind of brutal then if they're both on the log. Although from him it's got to be a less than a 1 in 10k. What is it on Vorkath? One in 5k from Vorkath. Okay, damn. I guess he would actually be quite a spooky one to do. He's got some pretty daunting looking logs behind him. Actually, I need to make a written note somewhere of what I'm adding onto the wheel next. If anyone's got any suggestions, chuck them out there. But Brutus is going on. I think Vorkath can go on there. Potentially. Let me do a little plus sign above a list, and then I'll do a minus sign to see what might need to come off. But actually, ironically, I do think that some of the things on there are solved because we've rolled champion scrolls first. I think everything else should be okay on the list at the moment, Grizz. Alright, let me Wait, why was Huey coming off? I thought he was staying on because the seeds are, or the Sunfire things are a cross log, right? If it comes as a result of the boss, it's okay. It's the fact that the antelopes are completely avoidable. Is it literally just on that one? So that would have to come off. Okay. All right, Huey down for now. Yeah, that one is a bit of a tragic one, to be honest. So imagine if I had Teddy's rules, I'd be absolutely stuffed, because I'd have to go and do that after I finished Hunter Rumors. That'd be the equivalent of him getting, having to do Revenants after he did a Lesser Demon. I'd be doing Colosseum with Green D'hide and a Dream. At the time, at least. Okay. Now, unfortunately, Grizmate, you're going to have to do some guessing as to what some of the icons are. Because it's not in list format, I'll just ping that across as is. The icons are pretty self-explanatory, so it should be okay. Just the list is a bit weird on the app. Afternoon, Lulu, mate. How are you doing? If you think you're getting deja vu, it's because you are. We are at Imps again. However, we no longer have Earth champions to do. So it's just these and goblins. And that's the raids icon, Grizz. I'm pretty sure. And then there's a separate wheel for that out of the 3 available raids to me that I'd have to roll if I landed on one of those. Oh, okay, nice one. I mean, was it a crazy time disparity for you, or are you feeling all right in terms of the jet lag? I don't know. It's not particularly exciting watching me hit imps with an axe. Is the honest truth. Yes, so I'm going to put 2 more of those in. That's the point. Let me put that down. 2 more Oats choices. So there will be a total of 3 Oats choices on the wheel going forward. Just gives me like a 3 in 40 chance or 3 in 42 chance of being able to pick something. Which I think is fine, right? That's reasonable. That's still a very, very low percentage, like 6% chance of me getting to pick my own log. I might as well just change them all to Marks of Grace, to be honest with you. Because that's all I'm picking the second I get the opportunity to do it. Okay, well, you think put another one on there as well? I mean, I can do that. It's not so bad considering I'm doing it in the cape method. So it does. If I rolled a raid, I'm not locked there for the next 8 months. It would be till a couple of completions. There, as I said, there's a separate wheel for the raids as well. So once I roll the raid on the wheel, it goes to a smaller wheel with the 3 things on. So is it looking like Huey's the only one that needs to come off at the moment? God, the shaders are going on a madness. I reckon it is. I mean, with all the wieldy bosses that are on there, it's a bit scary. Right, okay. I'm going to predict the future here. It is 5:34 on the 1st of April. I think the first live wheel spin we do lands us on revs. What I hope it lands on is moons or titans. But I believe it's going to land on something like revs. But we shall see. Always thinking about the future with this particular grind, because it's not overly engaging. See, what I'm hoping is that when it comes to raids and stuff, I actually have latent, no monkey levels of raiding skill. Just locked away somewhere that I don't even know. Unfortunately, they do. Oh, the hats. Yeah, the hats do at least. Come here. Wait, is a jubbly something different? Oh, I didn't even think about creature creation. Fair enough. See, I didn't. Yeah, there's certain things that I just wouldn't have thought of. The only other thing I'm considering putting on the wheel that I would love some feedback on is, do I just put sailing on as sailing in general? Like, if I land on sailing, I do the entire log. As long as it's not tied to something like the the bosses specifically. Like, whereas the Shellbone Griffin, for instance, that Griffin Feather, as long as that's not on there, then sea treasures, like all this stuff, I'd have to go for all of these, a Swift Albatross Feather. Is that different? It is different, okay. You know what? Let's put that down as a potential, just... Sailing full log, I think, will be added. So there'd be a 2% chance of just landing on sailing as a whole, and then having to do an obscene amount of it. However, I would definitely try and maximize the amount of shortcuts I could take in terms of boat piggybacks or anything like that, just to get onto Barracuda trials and all that shenanigans. Unless there's a 9 you can't get on someone else's boat, which would make sense. Chaos Fanatics on that, yeah. Okay, okay. I'll pop both of those on there too. So the initial idea of the wheel is kind of seasonal additions. But yeah, there are certain ones that are lower, like God Wars wouldn't go on there yet, for instance. Because it kind of needs to be somewhat gear appropriate. Like if I hit Perilous Moons, then technically I think that opens up everything. So that is a bit of a spooky one. Yeah, I could technically group them. I think it could be fun. Just having them all as one and then just going from one to the other. I know there's a shared log between the Chaos Elemental. Yeah, if it's unavoidably shared, then I can get whichever one comes on the log first is the way to go about it. Illegal. We are on 6,213 imps. The ensouled imp head detour took a bit longer than I anticipated. So we shan't be worrying about those going forward. It was worth a shot, just in case. Yeah, the fact that I haven't got the Defender rolled yet, and I'm only 978 XP from a maxed melee set is kind of wild, because that cape just lets you get in tokens for free. So that'd be big. Should be nice and chill. Gosh, we're raining in soul heads now. God, yellow beads are creeping up. See, Huey would have been a fantastic one to get on the basis of the Dragon Wand. But yeah, if Sunfire Splinters is the only crossover there, then fair enough. Actually, does a Moxalatl, does that drop Sunfire Splinters? Because it could be like certain things on Varlamore, just have them tied in. I'd have to get an Onyx from it as well, though. Oh, if he drops Huasca Seeds, they're on... Oh. Hey, Jekyll, mate. I don't have anything for you, and... nor do I need you anymore, because we have our pool in the house. Okay. Get that off there. Get out of here. Okay, that's a little bit of a shame that we have to move that one off as well. So does that mean before I even get to do Huey or Moxalatl, I have to have done Colosseum? Which does sound a little bit crazy. I mean, that is the nature of what I'm doing there, so I guess if that's what the rules dictate. Fair dinkum. So that means we're going to lose out on Huey and a Moxalatl. The wheel is going to gain another 2 Oats choices to bring it to 3. Another raids option to bring it to 3 raid potentials as well. The Sailing Full Log will go on there. And then the Deranged Archaeologist and Crazy Archaeologist will be added to the Archaeologist tab as basically being, you know, the 3 of them rolled into one. Additional ads is something that I'm open to, because I don't mind a big wheel, you know? With the 3 Oats choices on there now, it kind of would make it feel slightly better just having everything on there at once instead of seasonally. I mean, as you saw, seasonal down to about 6 logs, I think it was, and then I added a bunch more. I just didn't roll Marks of Grace, but yeah. True, that does then open up a bunch of the agility ones, like Brimhaven. Well, all of the recolors, basically. So that is a good point. That is some fresh agility training. What would that be? That would be Brimhaven, the Worm Agility course, and the monkeys, right? Yeah, monkeys as well. Monkey backpacks. Exciting times. That means I would definitely end up going over 99 agility with those last 3, I think. Maybe not. 460k off of 96. Okay, maybe I would. Maybe I would. Depends if I want to get recolors, because I wouldn't want to recolor over the black graceful set. I'd want to keep that as its own thing. See, what would be nice is if once you'd recolored a graceful set, you had the option, kind of like a transmog, to reset or just freely swap between the sets that you've already recolored. That would be quite a nice quality of life. Okay, I mean 2.8 mil. We'll start to close the gap, that's for sure. And then I guess the only agility grind that technically would still be left over would then be the Merfolk Trident. Oh wait, no, that's thieving, isn't it? Yeah, the Merfolk Trident's an agility-based game. Okay, I mean maybe it wouldn't be that bad then in the grand scheme of things. So I don't even think I'd go for 3 sets of Graceful though, Grizz. I'd go for 2. One that I could just recolor to whatever the collection log required me to. And then the black Graceful set would just be the one that I keep on its own. Just because the regaining all of the dark dyes would be a pain in the ass. But there's none of the other ones that jump out to me so much that I'd be like, I need to have this one on. Store you. We need the Soul Bearer. We've got quite a few in Soul Demon Heads. No worries, man. In a perfect world, I would not be doing any repeat content or over 99 stuff outside of the grind that's in it. But I mean, by that logic, I'm already stuffed on anything to do with fire making or fishing. Combat doesn't count, because obviously that's just permanent climbing anytime you want to kill anything. The only other ones that could be kind of like that would be going for Herbie. He's a miscellaneous pet though, so I don't think he's... That would be something I could just hunt passively. Rune crafting has massive potential for going over 99, because trying to get the pet from Guardians of the Rift is kind of insane. A bit of a scary one. But 99 rune crafting is also, well, I say 99, the full set and high rune crafting is also an achievement diary step. So that would be a welcome addition. Oh, is the normal rune crafting pet on there as well? Hold on. Okay, no. Oh, for a second there. I mean, yeah, that little devil creature is rough enough to get. I'm just low-key hoping that I get the squirrel before 99. The Abyssal Protector looks so bad though. It looks like such a shit pet, in my opinion. Comparative to the either the reskinned other one, but just the gangly sort of running around looking vibes is not the one for me. Yeah, true. Imagine rolling Guardians going about 50 mil runecrafting XP, but then also knowing that you have to grind out the pet at some point. That would be a wee bit rough. But you know, I mean, down the line, as we sort of hit a point where grinds are becoming more lengthy and there's fewer of them, rarer things, all that kind of stuff, there would probably be like a one day a week stream where I go for a miscellaneous pet, just to break up the grind a bit. Just to keep things interesting. I feel like the more I pick these white beads up, the cheaper they get. That would have been fortunate. Hopefully the meeting went smoothly for you. No, it would have been good if I did have the scroll, because then we would be blasting goblins in the pen, but alas, near yet. Could we maybe just get this imp scroll though? Just hear me out. It would be nice. I think that the average, or the fact that we've gone out of the 10 scrolls, 2 in 6. Wait, no, that doesn't make any sense. 2 out of the 8 that we have, we've gone under drop rate for. One of them substantially, the other one just, and everything else has been over or significantly over. Let's go up the stairs and resetting them. There we go. Luck's just been reset right there. Clan ranks is purely based on how long you've been in the clan for. Kind of like a timestamp type thing. Every month it goes up. Grizz has been basically taking care of it. Bless him, because I was absolutely awful with it, so he's been a lifesaver with that. But yeah, each month, basically it's just your rank goes up until eventually, I don't even know what the max rank thing is. But it goes through all of the bars into then gemstones. And yeah, it's basically just like a equivalent to a sub badge type thing where you've been there for X amount of time. I know some people do based on the amount of collections you have. But technically, there's already the staffs for that. So I thought, you know what? Let's just do that. And then at some point, eventually, I'm sure we'll have everyone being on the maxed out icons. And then from that point, I don't know. Maybe I'll switch it up a wee bit, but I'm not entirely sure. As long as people are having a good time still, I'll keep it how it is. Happy Easter round, my friend. Do you do hot cross buns? Is that a thing for you guys? Or do you do the painted egg tradition? What's the vibe? Good evening, Mr. Poet. How are you doing? See, if someone's just got the stream on but isn't actually watching, I should scream, yes, I got it. And obviously they know the plan now. And I tend not to do any unnecessary jump scares. But it is technically April Fool's, right? Oh, that is the classic, to be fair. Yeah, just a bit of self-flagellation. Have a little read of the Bible, a little back whip. Treat yourself. Not to be mistaken for self... I was going to say flatulation, but that's farting, so never mind. Ignore me. Oh yes, 4 days of bliss. Hopefully the sun matches. It's been a bit of a miserable one today. You got any plans for the weekend, Mr. Poet, or are you being chilling? Oh, let's go. Okay. I mean, you got some decks sorted, why not? I'm not entirely sure. Sauce is away working. She's got a comp to go to. So it might be another stream day. It might be a lock myself in the room in my pants and edit all day kind of day. Chain myself to the desk. I mean, I could put on more clothes, I guess, but wouldn't feel quite as intense. But outside of that, no real plans. Just chipping away, doing some more hings here and there. It's a bit of a busy week. Busy month this month. Got a lot of stuff in the pipeline. So anything to do to get ahead of that would be fantastic. Are you playing in a tournament for Riftbound? Do you go into the local shop? Or have you found a keen individual who's also willing to play? It's got to be done, you know? Got to be done now and then. Yeah, the thing is, I mean, I know calendars do exist, but I have this really bad habit of looking at it, putting stuff all together on the calendar, but then if a lot of stuff is penciled in air quotes, it means it's not officially locked in as a full-on shooting date yet. And then what tends to happen is, because everyone's penciled it in for that week, you're then waiting for confirmation to know if I'm like, okay, cool, so is this shoot on or not? And that's the situation I'm in at the moment, where there's like 4 things happening in 1 week, which is fantastic, as long as they all line up nicely and I don't have to cancel 2 of them. Else I'll be putting a stock cube in water and drinking that for my dinners. Okay, loser buys the beers. That's not bad. Thing is, if he's so new that you're going to thrash him every time, you're drinking for free. Your quid's in. See, that is true, but after two wins, you could always then say, I'll buy the next round. And then it's 2 rounds versus 1 every time. And then the motivation is for the other person to get good enough to beat you, so then you buy 2 rounds and they only have to buy 1. See, I tend to find my skills get enhanced after a couple of bevies. At least my perception of my own skills gets enhanced. Just turn into Unk, you know. Get my white vest on. Start spilling Stella down myself. So you could start a Patreon, but then a Patreon for collecting scrolls, you know. How many are on now? 6,500 imps killed. Surely. Soon. Question mark. Cannonball stack is still looking delicious. Not too worried about that. Although I now wonder if I preemptively made the extra 20k cannonballs too soon. And I didn't have to sit there slaving away on them. So I wish I could do a game of cannon roulette, right? Where you could set up multiple cannons on multiple worlds. And then you set them all up just here. And then you wait and you hop between all of them, refilling it every time. And then if the scroll drops, you have to figure out what world it's on. Well, I'm assuming every time you hop worlds, the cannon just freezes up. It's like if you open up a menu, it stalls as well. Which is strange. $14.5 million strength XP now. So we've been slamming extras into it. I'm not a million miles off the whole of the reaction of getting the imp scroll to being more one of relief than joy. Just because there is a lot of running around. But as I said, if we didn't have the pool in the house, this would have been a dire one to go dry on. But the fact that we can restore energy has made it fine. We have an alleged imp value of 2.8 mil now. What's that based on? Apparently the Mind Talismans might have been better to pick up for stacking. I might have got an orange beam of Mind Talismans. Oops. It's technically tried and tested now. For every grind that I've done that I've gone dry on, I've made significant bank. I guess if you go dry on stuff like Doom, then your quid's in. Or the Gauntlet or something. But anything that drops Rune as an alchable is definitely worth going for. 6.6k imps in a dream. But Benedict, what's to not understand that? Now, it depends on what you're drinking, of course. But a nice pint can go... Depends on what you're eating as well. A Sunday roast, glass of wine, pint, get in there. Beans on toast and a pint. So maybe time to have a little look in the mirror. So it does sound somewhat problematic. If you can find a moderation between the two, then it's chill. But if you know for a fact that once you get the taste for it, then you're gonna just keep going, then yeah, fair enough. I wouldn't have a drink with a meal. Unless it's a kebab, then get in there. Or a chicken burger, actually. Wilderness Slayer, a wheel roll. Doing random tasks for keys. So, realistically, Wilderness Slayer is the kind of thing that once I have died, if I die, touch wood I don't, but, you know, realistically, there's going to be a certain grind on here that just kills me. Whether that be a wilderness one or a particularly hard boss with low gear. Like, if I get Fasani's, for instance, there's a high chance I die. On the basis that staying alert and active for potentially 1,000 hours, kind of, it could go downhill pretty quickly. So once I've lost the red helm, then Wilderness Slayer will definitely be an option. I'd go for like Dagon high pieces and stuff like that. But yeah, it itself is kind of just as and when, because there's nothing on there that's really stopping me going for it. Because anything to do with Slayer is a miscellaneous log, right? Or on the Slayer. So that all this stuff I can go for whenever. As long as it doesn't cross over onto a log that is on a boss list. Like Frozen Tear, can't do. Tomotli can't do because that's all tied to the Amoxalatl. So yeah, if it's a free log, then I can go for it. So... Dragon Harpoon. Zombie Axe was on Miscellaneous, I believe. Somewhere. Down here. So yeah. If it's on there, I can go for it. Well, it kind of depends. If you're drinking for flavour, then that's the main thing, right? So some people hate whiskey, so they won't ever touch it. But if you enjoy it, you can just have one glass and be like, yeah, that was nice. A good accoutrement. Wolf, my friend, how are you doing? Unfortunately, still on imps. However, exciting news. We are not on Earth Warriors anymore. After 14,000 KC, we are free of Earth Warriors. So that was the big scary. That's the one that I was really hoping we didn't go crazy dry on. But about 3 times the drop rate, so yeah. Actually, that's the driest one we went on. I don't know, I'm saying crazy dry. 3 times isn't mad, but for me, it didn't feel great. And then on top of that, I had the lads logging in underneath me in full PK gear with smite above their head, giving me mini heart attacks. So that was good. Yeah. Not ideal. Thank you, the stash be stashing. I think it's because my pasty white skin is being reflected in the light, so it stands out a bit more. Yeah, Earth Warriors was not the one. We're on 6.6k imps now. So the sooner the imps are done, the better. And then I'm just going to probably end up blasting 20k cannonballs into goblins. Yeah, 6.6. So if we go 666, then maybe we'll get it. Because they technically are just miniature devils. Do you remember what you went KC-wise for Earth Warriors Vol? Ooh. Because I checked out Teddy and he went 900 tracked, I think. Just because while I was in the deep pits of despair, thinking, what's the average that people go for this? It seemed like he got that one incredibly fast. Yeah, that's fair. It's probably locked away in the vault of traumatic OSRS grinds. See, this is the thing. I'm torn in two minds of whether to put them in, on the basis that it may encourage future shithousery when we come to doing other wieldy tasks. And as I said, my poor heart can't handle it at the best of times, so when we're in deep wieldy, yeah, to be fair, I'm looking forward to having the clues, I'm not looking forward to doing the juggling of them. $100 at a time, mate. Yeah, no. I let 16 despawn because I just wasn't paying attention. So I think I'm gonna have to take regular breaks of like hitting 20 and then going and doing it or something. Yeah, 100's ridiculous. Although I now have the 5 stack method, so that could make a big difference. Of what Grizz was saying, where you just stack up 5 at a time and then you can see like when that particular stack of 5 is going to despawn. Maybe I'll go to, maybe I could do 50. If I do 10 stacks of 5. Ten stacks of 5 might be okay. But 20 stacks of 5 is just, that's a bit much. A bit rich for my blood. But we are on a quest to get the mole slippers. Because then we can make the holy molies. And that is of utmost importance to me. Means we can trade in this fashion scape for something a bit better. Because the frog slippers are alright, but could always be stronger, in my opinion. No worries, man. Oh, you got the eye. Congratulations. I'm looking forward to seeing the vid, my friend. Thank you, thank you. See, the thing is, have you done a lot of deep wieldy before, so are you kind of unfazed by it? Because I haven't really done Deep Wildy on a normal Iron Man, I don't feel so bad about. I guess ultimately, the whole thing with the hardcore status is I just don't want to give someone the satisfaction of taking that. I'd rather lose it on a boss that was kind of a bit more, I don't know, make it feel a bit more impactful and meaningful. Realistically, what's going to happen is some random weekend PK is going to log on when I'm doing revs or something, and I'll just be a sitting duck. It's not like I'm going to die to someone like Odablock, because you need to be about 1/100th of his skill to take me out. But yeah, if someone like Oda shows up, then I'm stuffed in a heartbeat. And I feel like all of the sort of bigger content creators lurk around in the Deep Wildy. They're always just looking for max fights and stuff. So maybe they'd take pity, and like the better players see the gear and they go, yeah, not worth it. But because everyone's so starved for a fight in the wilderness, they kind of just pick on everyone and anyone. I'm sure it's one of those things that the more time I spend doing the thing, the less scary it will become. But just, yeah, the initial fear is there. Yeah, I feel like there's a special level of pride that comes from a PK killing a hardcore. You can hear the glee in their voice and the little sparkle in their eye when they kill a hardcore. Because ultimately as well, they think that they can hold you for ransom. They'll say, I won't kill you if you drop me this much on your main or whatever. Little do they know, this is my main. Well, stat-wise it is definitely now. But I think definitely any kind of wildy shenanigans that go on, like Mage Cape and stuff, I may have to try and cash in on my limited creator privilege and see if we can't get a community together to go and do a little protection detail type thing. And then just hope no one assassinates me. Because the temptation can be strong. I've seen a couple of interesting setups as well where people, they do rev demons and then they block the spawn points with their alt characters, and they wear a certain amount of gear that means that it wants to melee you, and then you can kind of just farm them for free and get insta-logs because you're not in combat. So maybe I'd have to do something like that, I'm not too sure. Bonk. Bonk. If I roll something like Chambers, though, I would definitely like to do a bigger group activity of Chambers. I'd have to probably set some kind of limitations on it. But I think that'd be quite fun. True. I mean, if you're on task and scold upright, you can... It increases your chance of getting a drop. So maybe that's the play. And realistically, being scold on me wouldn't matter because, you know, the dying is the bad part, regardless of how much loot I've got. As long as I'm not taking in like my only set of guffins, everything else is kind of disposable. But there's already a lot of detours that I'm planning ahead. One of which is, as I said many times now, Slayer. That will be done. I will take a short break to do some Slayer within whichever grinds come up. Other ones include some of the bigger quests. Construction as well, I think I'll get that to 85 as a baseline at some point. Just because I want to get the fairy ring in the house. 85? 95. Oh, I guess you need... You can't boost for that one either with the sword. You'd have to +5 boost. So maybe 90. There's a couple of things I could do. What farming level do you need for spirits? Is it 90? $83. Oh. Okay. I could do that. One more level and I could actually plant one of those now. I have to figure out where to plant it, but... I'm assuming I could garden pie boost for it, right? Or can you not boost for spiritual? Seems like the kind of thing they wouldn't let you boost for. Oh, you can? Okay, fantastic. For some reason I thought because it's transport based, Jagex would be like, we want you to suffer. But that's nice. Yeah, what's the jewelry box in storage? Fancy jewelry box would be really good, or ornate especially, but... Yeah, jewelry box would be massive to get. I think that would be fantastic. The other thing is the Xerax talisman mounted, but you need a lot of teeth for that, right? Or fangs, whatever they're called. Claws? I think they're teeth. Lizardman fangs. You need about 1,000 of those to even mount it. And then there's the dig site pendant, which would be good to mount. Because I'm always having to go back and make dig site pendants. What construction level is it for it? Because I think dig site pendant would be pretty decent to have in the house as well now, a mounted one.
Hello.
Oh, the energy is a bit high for killing imps now. Let's see what else we have. For the mounted one, yeah. 82, okay. Is that 82 with the boosts, or is that 82 total? Nice, okay. Yeah, I took your advice and painfully made my way through the process of making the tea. None of this particularly complicated, but I seem to have a smooth brain. But I eventually figured it out, and I now have access to the gilded teacup thing. I think I dismantled my sink 3 times, because I thought I had the wrong sink, but I was trying to use the wrong thing on it. I was using a pot instead of the kettle. So yeah, don't worry about that. Yeah, I mean, if I've got the resources to push to like a +6 away instead of a +8, then I'll definitely do that. But yeah, sometimes those extra 2 levels, like later on, it's not worth. It'd be more worth going for the stews than it would for 2 full levels, right? We are closing in on 7,000 imps killed. Yay. Progress is being made. Imps are dying. It would appear none of these are literate imps, as they do not have reading materials upon them. But maybe one of these are scholarly fellows, and they will have an imp in their back pocket. Though I'm growing increasingly skeptical. Oh, you'll be potentially proud of me. I have started collecting teak logs now instead of mahoganies. So I may just have a random surplus of mahogany logs in my bank, but we'll see. You spam buying the 100 buckets, like the empty bucket packs, right? I mean, it's still 100k buckets, which is a hell of a lot. Go on, Iron Dad, talk to Jekyll. Just ran straight by him. Is it not more the mental cost of having to mine 100,000 sand? I mean, I guess technically the sandstone if you mine a bigger piece, it counts towards more sand, right? I don't know what the conversion was on it, but... So maybe it's not that bad in the grand scheme of things, but yeah, having to buy them out afterwards will be quite expensive. I feel like this is why it's slowing down. They get savvy and they start hiding behind the buildings or inside the buildings, and then I have to go kill them to get them to respawn back over in that section. 5.5 mil. I mean, that's pocket change to you. You've got so many alkables now. I guess you then have to do the trade-off of if you'd alk them versus... Or have you got a massive cash stack still? Can't remember if you've got all your money tied up in alks or if you've been alking and have both. Oh, of course you had to make all those planks, didn't you? Yeah, fair enough. Okay, you got a bit of flexibility. Oh, the Burt. Is that the Elite Diary that he dumps the sand directly into your bank? It's 10k, that's not bad at all. That is the nature of the grind. That sounds quite intense, though. Let me just quickly pick up the Goblin Scroll by killing this guy. Didn't work. Goblin Mail. Yeah, I'm not going to lie to you, I can think of very few things worse than having to blow 100,000 glass products to get my crafting up. I don't know what the alternative would be. Like, it just seems like such a cost-efficient way of doing crafting. I guess you could star mine and then make a ton of the gems. But even then, you still have to make jewelry afterwards to get the maximum efficiency out of the gems that you get, right? Yeah, it's one of those things. So if I was just doing the star mining and you're doing scouting worlds where people found it and you just sit there until you've got all your dust, that makes sense to me. I don't think I'd ever hop worlds and steal from stalls to get it. that would be quite intense. Is that for bracelets of slaughter and stuff? I was about to stim breakfast really loud then when I said bracelets, so I had to catch myself. Guess I must be hungry. Ooh, new gem bag when? I guess if they made a new herb sack, then it's not a stretch to think they'd be doing a gem bag. Oh, okay. Not too shabby then. So the thing I do want to improve is the portal nexus. I want to have way more teleport in that thing there. Yeah, it's the same as Seracnus, right? You need the additional web from that. Oh, grass brown, mate. Yeah, it seems like such a massive quality of life just to have all of those teleports stacked in there. I mean, it's pretty expensive in terms of rune costing, but at the same time, you pay for it once, you never have to pay for that ever again. The only teleport you ever need is your house teleport, which obviously, house teleport, if you have the construction cape, is free. So you effectively get access to the entire map just for house TP. Because I think genuinely, if I landed an Oats choice, the first one I would pick would be, as I said, Marks of Grace or Graceful. After that, I think I would actually pick Mahogany Homes, because then I would get the full amount of construction that I could get out of it, and I would probably push straight for a 99 construction cape. And then fully upgrade my house all in that one episode. I think that would be the plan, at least. I just think it would be such a beneficial thing to have. And if I had the resources for it, so I have all of the logs and stuff, I just need to make them into planks, then wouldn't be a bad idea. Well, if I tick the... Yeah, if we look at Mahogany Homes, I have 98 banked already, which is only going to go up based on other stuff. $75k laws. Okay. That's quite a few. But is it not Desert Treasure 2 to unlock the Scar Essence mine? Okay. As I said, I still have a couple of the big boy quests to do. While Gothic sleeps as well. Path of Gloffrey, Dream Mentor, Tale of Two Cats, and Tears of Guth. Okay. 108 days playtime and 20 hours. I have not done Tears of Gothics. How much free XP have I been missing out on? Okay, that's shameful. That's got to go on the list of things to do. I'm writing that down now. Oh. Jesus. Oh. Whoops. Well, you know what they say. And I don't know what they say either before you ask. That's embarrassing. That's actually outrageous behaviour. I mean, am I surprised at this point? No. Okay, that is actually a shocker, though. That would have all definitely have gone into runecrafting or Slayer as well. That's a corker, that one. Well, we live and we learn. I'm not going to think about how much XP was wasted. I'll just say a decent amount. And then we'll move on. I'll start collecting that from now, and my runecrafting level will probably go up a few. Or no. I refuse to believe that on the basis that if that is true, I will be sad. Even 500k is an obscene amount. Do I have any stat that... Like 70 in a stat is nearly 800k. I have 238 quest points at the moment. Yeah, that's the thing. Ignorance is bliss. If I hadn't looked at the other quest, though, I wouldn't have seen that it was on the log and then on the requirements for that one. That's right, at least it's not a meaningful amount of XP. Right, that is 7,000 imps killed. Not gonna lie to you, I'm getting a bit fed up of running around chasing them as they teleport away and smacking them. But, oh, just like that, I guess. If they stand still in one spot long enough, it's okay. When they choose to teleport all over the gaff, it does become a wee bit annoying. Or I don't max hit an 8 with 99 strength. Before you say anything, it has nothing to do with the outfit. Hoping for less than 1,000 kills now before we get it. See, I was confident that if we'd hit imps early today, because we hit drop rate within the first 15 minutes. Half hour, no, 15 minutes, we were close. I was convinced that goblins would be rapid to get. But it appears I have been foiled. Oh yeah, I need to do Enlightened Journey as well. There's a couple of smaller quests that I need to tick off the list. But I think the problem is I tend to save quests. The reason I haven't done Tears of Guthix, in my own defense, is probably because I only do quests as detours when they are a direct benefit to the grind that I'm doing. 9 times out of 10, at least. Or if it's a quest that's locking a detour behind it. So I don't think anything that I was doing at the time had Tears of Guthix locked behind it. But that is a cope on my part. I feel like I should be practicing my prayer flicking. Should probably do it with an overhead active. Come here. So we're on 0.5 mil value in the collected white beads at the moment. So it will be a green beam. Well, not green beam, but green text at least. Actually, how much are these worth? 6 mil. So if I drop these... Why am I not... No, I'm not going to do that. It's not like they're going to break on the floor or anything, but the paranoia sets in, and I'm not making 20k more cannibals. I'm not emotionally strong enough for that at the moment. I'm going to try a theory. If there's imps over here, these ones need to die. I said early on that one of these two will have the scroll, but I didn't want to run around and kill one. I think now is the time to test. They've been here the whole time. Okay, you win this one. I'll be watching. Oh god, no. Right, okay. Let's have a goosey gander. What is going on? Oh, I see Grizz sent through the list of what you need for a full portal nexus as well. That is disgusting. I don't want this sand crab, but I'll kill it. I'll kite it all the way over here. Okay, so I've missed out on around... Yeah, probably 500k XP collectively. Because I got the Barrow's gloves relatively early on, and that had quite a few quest points locked behind it. Oh no, it'd be slightly less, 200 quest points. So 400k. Okay. Yeah. I can live with that. I have to. I don't have a choice. That's a lot of imps killed for a Wednesday afternoon. Yeah, that's for sure. Where are you going? It's going to be quite nice getting a bunch of XP from your quest though, isn't it? Because that's the only sad thing about not doing all the quests first, is certain quests are going to give like 50k combat XP in a melee stat, and I don't need any of that. And that will soon be the case, depending on what the grinds are coming up, that will soon also be the case in range or magic as well. So just Tokyo drift my way all the way back to the start of this monastery. Collected heads, so the drop rate of heads was 281. I didn't pick up the beginning ones, so it's not going to be that many. I would say maybe 130, depending on how many are in the bank at the moment. I picked up about 130 Insult Imp heads at least. Lesser Demons, which I picked up all of them, I think I have about 150 in the bank. And then Giants, I'm not sure. I'm going to go dump these beads back at the gaff. Let's have a look. Ensouled. Okay, I've got 230 ensouled demon heads, 42 giants, 38 imps. Nothing crazy. But if we look at white beads, that's depressingly few, isn't it? If I use this on the table, it's just a big amount of green beads. At this point, I genuinely don't hope that it gets an orange beam, because that means we would have gone very dry. And it seems like a lot of the white beads I haven't picked up have been on the beach, because the drop count is there, but I haven't collected them. Yeah, if you're trying to keep the combat level as low as possible, then it doesn't make sense. But if you're trying to push it as high as possible, doing stuff like Waterfall Quest into the... I can't remember what it is, the Tree Gnome Village, stuff like that, where you just get big boost of combat stat. It just means you can equip rune gear a lot quicker, right? And then start hopefully pushing your stats. Get yourself strong and ready for other stuff. Things are looking imp, if I had to describe it at the moment. We are on 7,130, and as I said, as soon as you step over the 5k threshold, you are in the abyss. It could be now 11,000 kills. It could be the next kill. If my mouse wheel wasn't broken, that would have been more of a dramatic zoom in egg. But yeah, we're kind of at the point of having no clue how anything will be now. And this may be confirmation bias, but this is now kind of reconfirming in my head that this account is not particularly lucky. And if you believe in some accounts being innately lucky and others being unlucky, well, that's OSRS superstitions, isn't it? Yeah, it's like if you do the fishing platform quest, you go straight from... I can't remember what level... It's a massive fishing level jump. So if you were going to do Temporos off the rip, for instance, instead of you having to sit there and fish 600 shrimp or whatever it is, instead you just bang that one quest out and then you've done the equivalent of it. So it's just a massive time save. And obviously, yes, you still have to make that XP up later on, but then that's 3 sharks or 5 sharks or something. Yeah, I think to be fair though, you're in quite a niche situation in the way you're approaching your account, right? Because for you specifically, the lower combat that you can stay, the absolute better. But for things like fishing, if you don't have to get any combat requirements to do the fishing, then technically it's just faster to do the quest. Because later on that quest XP is kind of null. Because obviously, like, let's say 98 to 99 is 1.1 mil, 1.2 mil XP. You getting an XP drop of 10k is not going to make the slightest bit of difference to you. When you can be fishing, I don't know how much a shark gives, but you'll get 10k XP an hour pretty quickly versus having to fish trout early on, or shrimp or whatever it is, and then getting that boost straight to 40 and jumping up, going to salmon. I'm just every fish I say at the moment, I don't actually know the level of. I'm plucking it out of my anus. And then you go from effective, what, 12 XP per catch to 40. So if you're looking for speed, then yeah, definitely, I would always do your quest first. But it's also a game, and depending on how you enjoy playing it, is a-okay. There are no wrong answers here. If your argument was about efficiency of account progression, then 100%, I think you should always do every quest you can for as soon as you can for XP. Because instead of running agility laps for agility, if you did tourist trap, you're getting a massive injection of that, which will get you onto higher rooftops quicker, which then means you get more XP quicker, and blah blah blah. But if you're talking about just pure picking your way through the game, then it matters not. I mean, I would not say what I'm doing is particularly efficient. I mean, especially stuff like doing Sepulchre, right? Starting off at 55 agility. An Impling hiding in Falador. See, that could be the this could be the wrong batch of imps to be killing. Maybe I need to try a different batch. These ones are wily. Or illiterate and they don't have scrolls. Because they can't read, so why would they have one? Yeah, that's true. And then the argument of skill comes into it as well, right? Let's say you're skillful enough to be one of those big chads that does like a really difficult combat quest early, and it gives you like a 40k combat injection. Then if the earlier you do that, the better it is for you, right? But me personally, I fall into the category of smooth brain, so I probably wouldn't risk doing a harder quest early on the basis that I would probably die a lot more, and then it feels like it becomes less time efficient for me to do it. It's like when you see people doing Song of the Elves at crazy low combat levels. It could never be me, but I always enjoy watching it. Yeah, exactly. You're trying to keep the account hardcore for the duration of your challenge. So same thing when you were doing the island chests, right? Realistically, you could just go and try it based on the wiki information, but at the same time, having that additional information there just makes you feel better about doing stuff. It's like when a couple of the boys tested the Tree Gnome Stronghold Marks of Grace gaining thing. Like, in the grand scheme of things, it wouldn't matter to anyone else, but the fact that I'm not allowed to collect it, and I had 2 people that were very kind and willing to go and run some laps to make sure that you couldn't get it if you started it late, then it now means I have access to an extra clue step that I didn't previously have. And in the grand scheme of most people's gameplay, not that important. For a stinky clogger, that's big. I think the hardest thing about old school RuneScape is how you personally manage Burnout. Because the game has almost infinite things that you can do or work towards or grind towards until obviously you've got, let's say you're on 1.5k collections already, there's only a certain amount of things you're going to be doing. But in the early stages, like sub 1000, there's so many things you can do. You just have to pick something that you know isn't going to make you want to stop playing the game instantly. Like Corrupted Gauntlet, for instance, kills some people's motivation to play because in terms of content, it can be a bit soul destroying. Similarly, raids, some people just don't want to touch raids because they hate the idea of them. My personal gripe and pet peeve are time-gated, boring mini-games, such as Castle Wars or Trouble Brewing, I'm sure will be the same. But by God, I'll do it. It's kind of a bit of a mini goal that I hadn't particularly anticipated upon starting. But, oh, that was a monk. That wasn't even an imp. Not bad. I would quite like to hit 2k total level on the hardcore before I perish, as I feel like that would be quite a big flex. Obviously maxing one would be even more impressive, but that ain't gonna happen. The good thing is Castle Wars has definitely fully equipped me for at least one wieldy boss like Green Log, just in terms of having enough food and super restores until I get sustained drops from them, which is quite nice. Need to unslouch again, a little posture check. And then I was slouching so much that my microphone is now below my nipple level. Unacceptable behaviour. See, depending on the next grind I get, I think I could easily hit it in terms of like sailing. 60 levels of sailing would be easy without dying. But there's a couple of levels to pick up here and there, but base stats are looking pretty ridiculous right now in the grand scheme of things. Evening Switch, mate. How you doing? Yes, sir. We are on the last 2 scrolls now. We are dry on imps, 7.2k. So just over in the grand scheme of things. We're, 50% over. And I'm picking up the white beads on the basis that I was originally trying to get a orange beam stack of one of the clogs, or one of the collections from the imps. Purely for aesthetic reasons. There's no real benefit to getting it. But I realised in order to get that, I would have to probably go 14k imps to see the orange beam. So now we don't want that. That's bad. I would rather avoid it. So instead, I'm still picking them up. Maybe I'll just become the white bead baron of OSRS. Not that I can use the GE, but I'll have them. And that'll be enough, The knowledge that I have, I don't know, 500 white beads. Evening DVD. KC 7.2. But the big scary one that we've been working on off stream is now finished. We got the Earth Warrior Scroll at 14,000 KC. So that is... It wasn't the most fun being down there, but we are out. And now we just got to finish up. Last 2 scrolls, and then the Champion Challenge itself. And then we're free to spin that wheel. Find out what next challenge is in store for us. Yeah, there's rarely any logic behind what I do, Switch. It's just, number go up. This seems like a fun idea. High out some oysters, Now, wrong with that. Mobile UIM. Okay, let's go. That sounds stressful to me, but only on the fact that I struggle to manage with a full bank and access to my inventory. So having to plan ahead for anything to that degree, yeah, no bueno for me. But I have a lot of respect for the Ultimate Iron Man niche out there. How are you finding it? Are you high leveled? Are you in the early stages? Are you already rocking max gear? Pre-game PVM and been skilling. Fair enough. Desert Treasure 2 and Dragon Slayer 2 as well are big boys to tick off the list. The CG on mobile sounds... That sounds very aggressive. Only on the basis that I struggle to do it on a PC, so on mobile, not a chance. Right, I need to turn the light on because it's getting a bit dark in here and I'm turning into a ghost. That's a bit better. And then instantly unslouch. What skills are you training up at the moment? Any in particular, or just skilling in general? Because I know obviously on a limited inventory space account, you have to sort of dedicate yourself to one thing for quite a long time until you run out, right? Yeah, that's future use problem. For now, you can enjoy the other bits. Oh, count check. Herb law. How long does it take to prep for stuff like Zora? Because surely you have to get your, like, all the 1 doses and stuff all pre-prepped in a bag, and then I don't know if you do death piling. I don't honestly know how death piling even works. I just know that some people do it. On my limited knowledge of Ultimate Iron Man, people do piles. And then do a big bag rejig and then go again. Yoink. Okay, so every kill do a reset and then go back. Makes sense. Doing Zora with potatoes though sounds hectic. I get paranoid doing it with manta rays and karambwans. Yeah, to be fair, if you've got yourself a Suffering, Ring of Suffering does make Zora a lot nicer. Don't have to worry about having multiple recoils, all that kind of stuff. You can just stack it up. Pretty decent defense as well. The only thing about Zora is the anti-poison / anti-venom. Just needing to have a way of keeping that off you. There's a lot of theory crafting that probably goes into UIM, which is kind of the polar opposite to this account. on the fact that everything I do is completely random. I don't know if you said that this is the first time here, and if it is, it's an Extreme Collection Log account, but it's on the basis that I spin a wheel, and whatever it lands on, I have to go do. And that's been from day dot. I chose to do Wintertodt first, and then after that, everything has been a random spin. Hence the reason at 95 agility, I still don't have Marks of Grace. Or a graceful set, I should say. Now you say on mobile, can you also, in theory, if you did have a tablet, could you do it on that? Or is it specifically has to be mobile device? I mean, I don't have an iPad, but so I'd have to do it on my phone as well. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. That's what I was assuming, because, you know, not everyone's got an iPad laying around to play RuneScape on. Understandably so. Yeah, this is the first role that I am streaming. So prior to this, it's just been videos, which is still the main priority. This is just a way to kind of fill the gap in the 40-day downtime that does happen between videos. Because based on the fact that I'm doing it in a random way, I'm not doing it in the most optimal way for content creation like purposes. It kind of just happens when it happens. And it does make it interesting. It makes for some fun interactions and terrible ones at the same time. Appreciate that, my man. Hopefully you enjoy. Tends to be quite long form, because I do enjoy long form content myself, so that's what I like to make. Yeah, I mean, can you plug a... Theoretically, could you plug a keyboard into an iPad? You know, I feel like I'm an unk. I don't really know. I'm assuming at some point you'd be able to plug in a mouse or keyboard into an iPad, so... And at that point, I don't think it counts. Yeah, that's fair. The wheel is under some renovations. I've had Grizz helping me out with just going over some of the stuff that needs to come off and go back on, because obviously we had a couple of catastrophes in terms of certain things not being eligible to be done, but on the wheel, etc, etc. And we tend to only find out when we roll it and research it. So, yeah, it's meh. There's a couple of absolute horrific ones on the wheel still. The one that I'm looking at and dreading is Nightmare. But we need to take Huey off. We need to add in 2 more Oats choices, just so we have a 6% chance to maybe pick a log, which would be beautiful. And then outside that, just your bog standard shenanigans. It will be the same wheel as the one on the end of the last video as well, Zach, if you want to have like a visual for it. I haven't changed it since that one. It's just been whatever we landed on that one. And then I'll be doing it live because the next wheel spin will be the very first live one. Therefore, I will do a live editing of the wheel as well, just so we can see what changes are being made. And then, yeah, the first spin will be a live one, so it'll be fun. But yeah, a couple of things need to go on, such as Brutus, Warcath, perhaps. I'm also going to do something interesting, or what I think is interesting, and put the entire sailing log on one spot. Because there doesn't seem to be any way that you can do certain sailing logs without potentially dipping into others. So I would just do sailing all in one go. Obviously minus the bosses like Shelbane Griffin and stuff is its own thing, but everything else like the salvaging, the miscellaneous, the paints, all of that would have to be done in one go. I'll be honest, in terms of YouTube finance from the streams, I think you have to have quite a significant audience to see any real benefit. It's more just because, realistically, like, I would be doing this anyway. I would be sitting here smacking imps on my own, yapping to myself or a couple of the boys in Discord. So it kind of just makes sense to let you guys know that I am still here, and it's been great talking to you guys as well, which is the main reason I'm still doing it. Because after the first one, it was just a test to see if it's something that I would even enjoy, if you guys would enjoy it. But yeah, just like I said, there's 40-day periods, maybe even longer, between my videos sometimes. So it's just nice to have something there for anyone that's interested on keeping up. They can just tag in. And obviously, if people just want to watch the videos, then that's also a-okay, you know? You don't have to be here for the lives. It's just a little bit extra. But if they did want to pay me, that'd be nice. But we do it for the love of the game, you know? Maybe eventually we'll hit a point where it's looking financially viable. Who knows? As long as we're having fun. It has to be something that is enjoyable to do. Like anything in life, right? Second it becomes a chore, it loses some of that allure. Oh. Close name there. No. Consistency-wise, it does not. YouTube loves, like, if you pushed out a video every week, that's kind of the ideal formula. Obviously, due to some of the grinds taking 3 months at a time, I can't be doing that. So this is just that, a nice little interlude. But I'll be posting on YouTube, on the polls or the announcements, whatever. I'll be putting up the schedule and also pop it in the Discord as well, just so we've got something written down. But it looks like going forward, it's going to be every Monday and every Wednesday from 3 till 8. So technically, we've only got about 20 minutes left. But it'll be about 3 till 8. And then I will do a potential bonus stream on Saturdays or Sundays, if I'm available. But yeah. It's all still new to me, and we're having fun still. I can see why people that do collection log accounts and try and make content on it, I see why they also usually have side hustles, in terms of like a second account that they play sometime on and put out regular video updates for that. But the only thing is, I don't understand how they do that, on the basis that some of the grinds that I've done, like Temporos for instance, was in a quiet period of work, so I was doing multiple 10-hour days, and that still took an obscene amount of time. So I don't know where these people... Either you just get lucky, because if I got lucky on the grinds, I could put a video out much more consistently, right? In theory. Or maybe I just appeal to our Zoomer brains that we're getting conditioned towards, and I put out all of my videos, but in 5-minute sections. In the shorts or TikTok format, where you just have to keep scrolling through to get the next bit, you know? See, now that's the thing. To have a backlog of videos ready would be fantastic. And I did for a short amount of time. I did have I think I had a 2, maybe even a 3-week lead on my videos. And then the nature of Extreme Collection Logging happened, and I instantly fell 2 months behind again, a month behind. So it's just a tricky thing to... You can't predict it, right? It's not like, oh, I'm going to do X amount of progress on the account today and then I'll upload that. It's kind of... I mean, I could upload, you know, more bits, but... I don't want to lose any quality. I want it to be the same... I want to feel happy with every video I put out. Thank you, Switchmate. Hopefully we see you around. And good luck on the mobile UIM, my friend. I'm very curious to see how that journey turns out on some of the other PVM grinds. Do keep me updated. Yeah, appreciate that ride, mate. It's, I'm happy with most of them. Now we're looking 7.5k now. Ooh. Can we keep the Oat tradition of getting a scroll drop in the last 20 minutes of the stream? Maybe. To So I guess a lot of people that do content creation as well, if they have a big following, of course, in terms of, well, just pure viewership on their streams and whatnot, I guess the videos on YouTube is just kind of a highlight reel of what they've been doing on their stream. So if you're streaming 5 days a week, 9 to 5, that's going to be your bread and butter. The videos are just sort of a update accompaniment. It's kind of like the farmers. Don't know if anyone watches them here. I am a big fan of the content they're doing. And then I don't always catch their streams. I'm not a massive stream watcher all the time. I watch a few people. But I will always take the time to watch their update videos that Mammal puts out. And it's nice. It gives like a condensed overview of 5 different players' experiences in the game and any sort of significant drops. So it's like, yeah, it scratches the itch of highlight and updates. Yeah, to be fair, I've seen quite a lot of Mudkip stuff as well. And the format is, yeah, I guess it's update based on the fact that he's doing so much on the account, right? He's just saying, oh, I did this, I did that. And I think it's one of those things that, because I'm not particularly clued up or knowledgeable on the game as a whole, I don't really think that my opinion on what the updates are is overly valued. Because realistically, unless it affects how I do an extreme log, I'm not really playing the game any other way right now. So it doesn't particularly matter to me. But if I was doing, you know, a group Ironman, then it makes sense to keep updates going, things like that. But I'd have to do AFK stuff like, you know, fishing, or I'd help out the team doing the passive stuff, not so much the active stuff. The alternative is obviously like variety gaming, which is not really my thing. I think depending on, like, if there was ever a game I'd play, it would be something like Valheim, and I would do a story-based Valheim episode every couple of months, and put it out obviously completely separately to RuneScape. But it's like that if you have multiple side projects going. But yeah, I don't see how you're supposed to. I don't see how you're supposed to diversify and get more content out of extreme log stuff. Sometimes you don't. You just got to lock in, grind away. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I love Valheim as well. I haven't completed it. I haven't done Mistlands or Ashlands stuff yet, but I would probably do a similar style to how the videos are, right? Where it's, here's the goal of the adventure. We're gonna make it very story based. Go around, build a place, adventure through. Add some whimsy. So that's on the cards. Oh, I don't know. I'm never saying never to anything. I'm just bopping about doing my thing. Yeah, Bobby's still on the imps, unfortunately. We are 7.5k kills in now. It looks like we are not going to get a scroll before the end of the stream, unfortunately. But we're going to keep going, just in case. Just in case. Grizz has already given his 35k plus dry prediction, so he's not expecting a scroll anytime soon. It's looking like it's going to be an 8 PM end, so probably next 10 minutes for myself. Why have Whitebeads... Okay, Whitebeads just jumped up from 1.9k to 2.2. Someone's playing around with the market right now. I see you, Dank. I see you. I mean, to be honest, if I could uncorrupt my bow and give it to you, I would. But I don't think I can. You can uncorrupt the bow. Hold on. Dank, you may be about to get yourself a bofa. Mr. Cat, you can't not kill imps dressed like this. So you get things like cabbages for free. Although the peak fashionscape has not given us any luck today, unfortunately. Have you always been able to do that, Grizz, or is that something new? No, Cat, can you actually tell me what it was again? I completely forgot what the setting was, and I didn't get to try it before because it's still looking, it's looking okay now, but when it's still a tiny bit jumpy. But I completely forgot what the setting was that you mentioned, and I was supposed to write it down, which I have my pen in hand for. Even though I'm on a computer and could use the notes, which would probably make more sense and I wouldn't lose it, but if you write it down, you're more likely to remember it. That's the one. Thank you. Okay. Thank you for that, Cat. I will play around with that after the stream. And at this rate, I mean, it's looking like we may have a Saturday stream. It could be a short one, sort of slap bang in the middle of the day. But we didn't have our Monday one, so I'm feeling a Saturday one could be what we need. Obviously, it'd be nice to just get a scroll here, and then it would just be one left to go. And then we could do scroll into cape finish into wheel roll, wheel spin. I completely forgot. I appreciate that. I'll hit you up if I have any further technical issues. I do appreciate that, my friend. Thank you. And it comes and goes. It alternates like it's a tiny bit better with all the lights on and stuff, but I've got it written down now. Go on, scroll me. That's not a scroll. Okay. Well, unfortunately, it does look like today the OS, RS, RNG was not on our side. Shocker, I know. Extreme Oat goes dry on something again. Impossible. Unless... Nope. Yeah. I mean, as I said, in the grand scheme of things, it's very chill. We are killing 8 HP and 5 HP mobs. We have 21k cannonballs left. In the grand scheme of things, we are set up quite nicely. It would be nice to get this imp scroll out of the way so I don't have to run around as much. And then the only thing I have to worry about is juggling clues. But let's pick up the cannon. Dump these white beads. Yeah, they just haven't told us. To be honest, though, as I said, like after the Earth Warrior shenanigans, I'm okay with everything else. That was the pain point of the grind, and as soon as that fell away, then we're happy. So let's see, how many white beads have we got now? So it's not quite there yet, but I got up there. Still green text at the moment. We'll see. I'll have to do these clues as well before we do get onto imps, as that'll be essential. But yeah, I mean, realistically, I'm going to carry on, probably tomorrow at this point, but carry on hunting for that scroll. So if you do see me on Saturday, which you should do, either it will be for the very first live wheel spin of the series, which I'm very excited for, or I'll be hitting imps again and 15k KC. I know which one I'd prefer, but I cannot dictate what happens with RNG, so it may be another imp slapping stream. We shall see. But that's it from me for now. Thank you everyone for watching, hanging out. I hope you had a good time. Grizz, once again, thank you for the wheel shenanigans. And I hope the rest of you have a fantastic extended weekend for anyone in the UK. And the rest of you just looking forward to the weekend for a good chill time. But that's it from me. I will catch you on the next one. Well, it was supposed to be a heart, but that's the YouTube button. Oh well. Alright, peace.